Chapter 129. After Hai Tianqing came to look for Jiang Shao, he was indeed worried for a long time. However, Jiang Shao soon forgot about it amidst the arduous learning and training. Fortunately, he had star power to protect his body. Otherwise, he would have really died of overwork from the intense training and learning every day. There were many benefits to living in Xia Yan's house. Firstly, the food was especially good. The breakfast and supper that they had every day could be described as sumptuous. Not to mention that it was unhealthy for Jiang Shao to eat supper in the middle of the night. He was really hungry. Jiang Shao, who was still developing, would never suppress his desire for delicacies. Of the several desires he had at the present stage, appetite was obviously the easiest to satisfy. Another advantage of living in Xia Yan's house was that there would be a chauffeur for free every day. Although the Land Rover was a little flashy for a child, it would be fine once he got used to it. Jiang Shao carried his school bag and walked into the classroom with his head lowered. At this moment, he was really stressed out. He clearly had 3 years to prepare for the final examination, but in order to help Han Jiangxue, he had no choice but to enter year 3 of high school in advance. The 3 main subjects were easy to handle. After all, Jiang Shao had learned them in the previous world. However, the star study written test that accounted for 100 points gave Jiang Shao a headache. Why did his team work so hard to get more points for the college entrance examination? 10 points for the provincial league tournament. What was the result? Previously, Jiang Shao scored more than 30 points for the subject of dimension, while Han Jiangxue scored 92 points to Jiang Shao. What was the point of adding 10 points? Jiang Zhao's mentality was constantly changing. After experiencing the accident in the snowfield, he wanted to stay by Han Jiangxue's side and not stay in school to study or send her to university. In particular, they were in the backyard of Xia Yan's home and on the cold stone steps. When Han Jiangxue slightly let go of her dignity as a parent and turned her body slightly to lean against Jiang Zhao's shoulder, at that moment, Jiang Shao realized what he wanted. Yes, Jiang Shao wanted to get into the same university as Han Jiangxue. He didn't want to stay in school or join the Guardians of the Night. He wanted to take good care of Han Jiangxue, who had to bear everything by herself. Morning reading, morning classes, and evening self-study sessions were the rare times when Jiang Shao could study from books. Morning exercises, afternoon practical lessons, and night training sessions were all filled to the brim. At this moment, Jiang Shao needed the cloning technique the most. No, the doppelganger technique would not work. He would probably need the shadow doppelganger technique. He would train his body in techniques and let the doppelganger learn knowledge in school. After he retrieved the doppelganger, his mind would be filled with all the knowledge that the doppelganger had learned. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao did not manage to find that star technique. There were many dimensional creatures that could clone, but from the feedback of users on the internet, it didn't seem to reach the expected strength. He wondered if the quality of the star technique would be able to achieve the desired effect after the upgrade. There were very few star techniques like doppelganger in Beijiang province, and the white ghoul witch's decoy star technique could be considered one. He wondered if the decoy star technique would become more interesting after its quality was upgraded. The brass tier bait was just an illusory figure. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's silver quality decoy at least seemed to have a physical form. If he continued to level up, would he be able to create a physical body that he could control? Would the body have its own consciousness? At this stage, Jiang Shao could control the figure of the decoy and make it do whatever he wanted. It was just like how Jiang Shao could control his own hands. He didn't need to train much and could control them with ease. Xiaopi, Xiaopi. A small head leaned over and said in a pleasant voice. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and realized that it was the livestream girl sitting in front of him. Whenever Su Rose spoke in such a tone, Jiang Shao would know that he had to work again. Jiang Shao sat in his seat and took out a book from his school bag while asking, "Where does it hurt again today? Hey, did you grow taller again?" Su Rose stood up and looked up at Jiang Shao. She was about 165 centimeters tall, and perhaps because she was a live streamer, she was very sensitive to everyone's physical appearance. In the past few months since the start of school, She had carefully noticed some changes in Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Don't try to suck up to me. Where exactly does it hurt?" "What do you mean it hurts?" "It doesn't hurt at all. Hurry and say hello to my fans." Su Rose scurried toward Jiang Shao and placed her mobile phone in front of them. "Ah, hello." Jiang Shao froze for a moment and saw the pop-up comments on the screen. "My adorable little pork bun is being despised." "Oh, isn't this our toxic healer? I see my brother-in-law again. How's your sister?" "Brother-in-law, I'm going to test you on mathematics. What's your sister's phone number?" "Pork bun's thigh hurts a little today. Hurry and massage it for her." Sob, sob, sob. Little pork bun is despised by the toxic healer. "What are you talking about, toxic healer? It's your blessing to be able to treat pork bun. Help me touch her, but first, and see if it feels good." Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face, and he looked up at the clock hanging beside the blackboard. 6:30 in the morning? So many people are watching the live stream? Are these people so bored that they have nothing better to do? All of a sudden, a series of question marks appeared on the screen. Su Ro knew that she was in trouble and frantically said, "I've been inviting people to watch since I washed up and put on my makeup in the morning. When I was eating the buns, just now, many people tipped me and asked me to order a few more dishes. Thanks to my fans, I ate 8 dishes." Jiang Shao was speechless. "Wow, that's impressive. Not only can you be called pork bun, but you can also be called side dish. Why don't you just change your name to breakfast? Have you eaten too much? Does your stomach hurt?" Jiang Shao reached out and pressed his hand on her lower abdomen skillfully, without the slightest bit of awkwardness or hesitation. That was because in the past month, the so-called awkwardness had long disappeared. Jiang Shao did not cast a beam of light. Instead, his hand was filled with white light as he gently rubbed Su Ro's stomach. Hey, hey, hey. Hand. Your paw. Where are you touching? Let go. Perverted streamer. I'm following you. The camera is pointing downwards. I can't see where the toxic healer is touching you. Streamer, please put away that beautiful face of yours. Please stop making nasal sounds and cherish your live stream. Su Ro's face was flushed and her eyes were watery. She lowered her head slightly, and her body was a little out of control. However, she knew that Jiang Shao was already restraining the effects of blessing. My stomach doesn't hurt, Su Ro muttered. Huh? What does it hurt then? Jiang Shao retracted his palm. It doesn't hurt anywhere. A fan saw you on the camera just now and asked me to come over to talk to you. Su Ro finally recovered and said with a flushed face. Oh. Jiang Shao sat down and said, I've already seen them and greeted them. Hurry and go back. The form teacher will be here soon. Su Ro said softly, They want me to ask you if you really like Xia Yin. Huh? Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and wondered. Where did that come from? Someone posted on Weibo that you confessed to Xia Yin for 8 consecutive days. You confessed once a day and said different words of love every day, Su Ro said with a smile. What the heck? Jiang Shao realized that something was amiss. Did I confess to Xia Yin on Weibo? That's impossible. But Xia Yin used my mobile phone to confess to herself. Although you deleted it, someone took a screenshot before you deleted it. Su Ro took out her mobile phone and skillfully found a picture. Jiang Shao grabbed it. When he saw through Xia Yan's plan, she had already deleted the Weibo post. Now, Jiang Shao was finally lucky enough to see how Xia Yin confessed to herself. Oh my God, the more Jiang Shao looked at it, the more his heart ached. Okay, he felt sorry for himself. Is this true? Su Ro asked. This is utter nonsense. Who photoshopped this? Jiang Shao looked at the camera of the mobile phone and said with a solemn expression, If you're that capable, why are you staying at home and spreading rumors? Go apply for a job as a special effects artist. The Chinese film industry needs you to save it. Dong, dong, dong. Yi Lanxiang's form teacher walked in rhythmically in her high heels and slammed a stack of papers on the podium. 2 people, come up and distribute the papers. Read them in the morning and talk about the mathematics papers. Yi Lanxiang looked at Jiang Shao and said, Jiang Shao, work hard. Jiang Shao hurriedly stepped forward and picked up the papers. While distributing them, he said with a smile, I'll work hard. I think I've fallen in love with mathematics. She makes me crazy and mesmerized. She's made me find the meaning of life." All of a sudden, everyone in the class shushed him. If it weren't for the fact that the form teacher was standing on the podium, they would probably have thrown their books and pens at him. In the back row, Xia Yin, who was drowsy and in a daze, shivered like a husky that was having a fit. She looked at Jiang Shao, who was distributing the papers with her large, bewildered eyes. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Strange, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. From afar, Xia Yin saw Jiang Shao walking towards her with a piece of paper in his hand. Xia Yin suddenly snapped out her trance. Jiang Shao replaced the words mathematics with Sister Xia Yin just now. Wasn't that what she posted on Weibo? Jiang Shao slammed a piece of paper on Xia Yan's desk and stared at her intently. Xia Yin smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was right beside her. Xia Yan's perpetually arrogant and haughty face finally revealed a pleading expression. She whispered, "Xiaopi, don't be rash. Let's talk in private. Please remember the domain name of this book." Top mobile version website. Chapter 130. For Alliance Master Rex 1/10 ****** Han Jiangxue clearly sensed that there was something wrong with Xia Yin in the past few days, especially her attitude towards Jiang Shao, which made her feel that the sun had risen from the west. At this moment, Xia Yin was also cursing in her heart. The matter originally ended with Xia Shanhai teaching Xia Yin a lesson and Xia Yin teaching Jiang Shao a lesson. Jiang Shao didn't know which immoral person had taken a screenshot and allowed him to see the words she said while confessing her love to herself. Besides, some of the words of endearment were rather mushy, and Xia Yin felt embarrassed when she looked at them. She had become much more reserved in front of Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao found it amusing and infuriating at the same time. Xia Yin had really put in a lot of effort in order to get Han Jiangxue's attention. Both father and daughter should change their names to Xia Xueben. Jiang Shao felt that it wasn't right to go on like this. As a man, should he shoulder the responsibility? Should he protect Han Jiangxue? The answer was yes. So, should Jiang Shao straighten Xia Yin? Yes. That a problem? That night, the two of them went to the parking lot with Xia Yin, as usual. Jiang Shao gave Li Qingmei a blessing and watched the couple drive away under Li Wei's grateful gaze. Ka-cha. Xia Yin sat in the driver's seat of her car and leaned out of the window with her mobile phone. She then took a photo. Due to the fact that she had just been blessed, Li Qingmei was indeed in an intoxicating state. In the photo, Li Qingmei was seated in the front passenger seat of a luxury car, waving at Jiang Shao with a sweet smile and a dreamy gaze. Li Wei, who was in the driver's seat, leaned forward and nodded at Jiang Shao with a smile. The dim street lamps elongated Jiang Zhao's lonely figure. He stood outside the car with one hand in his pocket and the other waving goodbye to the couple. The photo was simply too artistic. Oh, poor Xiaopi. Xia Yin looked at the photo in her mobile phone and had already imagined a 10,000-word torturous story. Han Jiangxue tilted her head and looked at the photo in Xia Yin's mobile phone. Although she knew that it was a joke, the smile of the couple in the luxury car and Jiang Zhao's lonely figure did seem rather pitiful under the dim street lamps. Xia Yin murmured, "The most perfect thing is that I only managed to capture Shrimpy's back view. I can easily imagine its expression. Oh my God, Xia Yin, you're really amazing. Put away. If he sees it, you two will quarrel again," Han Jiangxue said softly. "I knew that Xue still likes me." Xia Yin hurriedly put away her mobile phone. Once the commotion died down, she would be ready to post it on Weibo. Xia Yin turned around, only to see that Jiang Shao had stopped in his tracks. "Shuh," Xia Yin whistled. "Xiaopi, hurry and get in the car. It's time to go home." Jiang Shao humphed in disdain, but he did not take a step forward, because he saw a tall, pitch-black figure standing beside the black car not far away. Jiang Shao really didn't want to see that figure, especially his long and narrow almond-shaped eyes. The tall figure opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. He leaned forward and extended his arm to open the driver's door. Next, the figure sat up straight, leaned against the chair, and looked at Jiang Shao silently. Jiang Shao wanted to leave and pretend that nothing had happened. However, The scenes of the past kept flashing in his mind, reminding him that he might not be able to bear the consequences of doing so. Jiang Xiao took 2 steps forward and placed his hand on the window of the Land Rover. He said to Han Jiangxue, "I'll go back later." Huh? Han Jiangxue turned around in surprise and looked at Jiang Xiao in bewilderment. If it were a few months ago, she would have dragged him into the car. However, her impression of Jiang Xiao had completely changed now. He was a diligent and hardworking child who wouldn't want to waste time going out to play. Compared to the teachers and coaches, Jiang Xiao was much stricter with himself. "What's the matter? Where are you going at night?" Xia Yin asked curiously and straightforwardly. "An old friend is here to see me," Jiang Xiao said helplessly. "You? Old friend? Your middle school classmate?" "I'll go and take a look with you," Xia Yin said, feeling rather interested. Jiang Xiao thought about their personalities and the various situations that might occur. He then said, "Nah, I'll go by myself. I'll go home early." Xia Yin turned to look at Han Jiangxue, feeling a little hesitant. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and didn't respond. "I do have something to do, but it's not dangerous. I'll go back immediately," Jiang Xiao said in a serious tone. Han Jiangxue pondered for a while and said, "Okay, go home early. I'll keep in touch." Xia Yin looked at Han Jiangxue in bewilderment and muttered, "Wow, you're so at ease about letting a child go out at night. He's more reliable than you. Drive." Han Jiangxue humphed and continued, huffed. Xia Yin humphed in disdain and ignored Jiang Xiao before stepping on the accelerator and driving away. Han Jiangxue remembered the direction that Jiang Xiao was looking at just now. On the way out of the dark parking lot, she carefully looked out of the window and finally saw a black sedan parked in a parking space with its door open. After making eye contact for a while, Han Jiangxue immediately remembered who that person was. Someone from the Guardians of the Night? Why is such a high-level figure still in contact with Jiang Xiao? Xia Yin seemed to be completely unaware of it as she muttered angrily and sped all the way. Jiang Xiao strode towards the black sedan and looked at the large figure inside helplessly. He then pointed at the empty driver's seat and asked, "Are you sure? It's an automatic." "It's not very technical. It's just a toy," Second Last said. "Left pedal on the brake and right pedal on the accelerator. Remember to use your right foot to step on the pedal. Your left foot is idle. Drive forward, reverse with R, and stop with P. You don't need to know about the other gears." Jiang Xiao sat in the driver's seat. If he didn't know how to drive, he would have really believed Second Last. Jiang Xiao turned around to look at Second Last, who was dressed in a crimson trench coat and had her ponytail tied low. Coupled with her cold aura, she seemed rather charming. The passenger seat under her had already been pulled to the back, and her 2 long legs were still curled up in an aggrieved manner. Women who were about 1.7 meters tall were already tall enough. It would be troublesome if they were too tall. "Is it because you feel uncomfortable driving?" Jiang Xiao asked smilingly as he slid the driver's seat forward. Second Last placed her elbow on the window and said in a flat voice, "Yes." Jiang Xiao asked, "Don't you know how to drive a Jeep?" Second Last looked out of the window, silently without responding. Jiang Xiao asked helplessly, "Where are we going?" Second Last said calmly in a hoarse voice, "Anywhere." "Are you in a bad mood?" Jiang Xiao asked as he subconsciously turned on the right flashing light and stepped on the accelerator. Second Last raised her eyebrows slightly, not sure if it was because of the flashing light or Jiang Xiao's words. She said hoarsely, "Let's find a quiet place to chat." Screech. The car stopped abruptly and Jiang Xiao shifted into reverse gear before returning to the parking spot. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Second Last and said, "We're here." Second Last was speechless. "What's the matter?" Jiang Xiao asked. Second Last looked at Jiang Xiao with a smirk and reached out to tap on the screen in the middle of the screen. She then said, "Go here." "Spa. Spa." Jiang Xiao exclaimed in shock when he saw the name on the GPS. "There's a barbecue shop opposite," Second Last said casually. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Second Last asked, "You don't like it?" Jiang Xiao said, "Of course I like to eat skewers. Next time, you should set the location more accurately. You gave me a fright." Second last looked out of the window and said, "It's very small and run down. I can't find it on the map." Jiang Shao slowly stepped on the accelerator and could tell that there was something special in her words. Chapter 131. Alliance Leader +2/10 *****. The temperature in Beijing in late November was already very low. At 10:50 p.m., the cold wind blew the fallen leaves, making them rustle against the ground in the alley. In the dark alley, there was a small and shabby shop, but it was as warm as spring. There was a layer of fog on the slightly old glass door, which showed the temperature inside and outside. Two figures stood in front of the door and stared at the shop that had no signboard. "Here?" Jiang Shao asked as he looked up at Second Last. "Yes." Second Last strode in and pushed the door open. Jiang Shao followed her in. Compared to the shabby exterior, the interior was unusually clean and tidy, even though it was small and narrow. Putting aside the kitchen that he couldn't see, it was only about 20 square meters in size, and there were 6 small tables. There was no one at all, and the shop was probably closed. An old auntie in her 50s who was slightly plump and had short curly hair was sitting behind the wooden bar counter, counting the day's income. The small bell on the door rang crisply as the door was opened. The auntie looked up with a kind smile and said, "We're already closed." The auntie's face stiffened. She looked at the tall figure, and the smile on her face became more sincere. Her slightly turbid eyes seemed to have regained some spirit. "Child, are you on holiday?" Second Last nodded gently with a smile on her sullen face. "Auntie, you." It was a warm smile. Jiang Shao had long known that the woman beside him was temperamental, but he had never seen her smile so warmly before. It was as if her cold aura had been dispelled by the old but warm shop. Her aura would make anyone avoid her, and no one would treat her like an ordinary person. However, Jiang Shao saw an ordinary young woman who was full of humanity here. "Geezer, you. Let's get to work." The auntie hurriedly walked to the kitchen, mumbling, "Is there any more codfish at home? Hong Ying is here." "Do you come here every time you're on vacation?" Jiang Shao asked. "Yes." Second Last took off her crimson trench coat and hung it on the hanger. As soon as they finished the simple action, a middle-aged man with slightly white hair walked over with an induction cooker and a shabu-shabu pot. He placed them on the small table that the two of them had chosen. "It's good that you're here." The uncle smiled and squatted down with the plug in his hand. "I'll do it." Jiang Shao took the plug and leaned over. "Pretty good, I guess," the middle-aged man said while staring at Second Last and wiping his hands on the apron in front of him. "Okay." Second Last raised her head slightly and smiled. Her long and narrow eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. That's good, that's good. Hurry up and open it." "Wait a moment. It'll be right there," the uncle said hurriedly and turned around to walk to the kitchen. More than 10 minutes later, steam rose from the belly shabu wok and a bubbling sound could be heard. A plate of salted peanuts, a plate of vinegar-preserved eggs, and a plate of nut spinach were placed on the table. Second Last looked at Jiang Shao and said, "Wine." Jiang Shao ate the peanuts with one hand and seemed to have been influenced by her style. He replied, "Car." Second Last nodded and didn't respond again. She simply flipped the belly shabu in the pot. Ever since they entered the old but warm hut, Jiang Shao had no intention of starting a conversation because he didn't want to disturb Second Last. "You're going to the arsenal the day after tomorrow," Second Last said. "Yeah, the provincial government doesn't seem to be satisfied with the results of the students in the National League. Hence, they increased the difficulty of the training," Jiang Shao said as he ate a peanut. "Huh." Second Last chuckled in disdain and declined to comment. "Come on, kid. What would you like to drink?" The auntie brought over 2 glasses, one of which was empty and the other was filled with alcohol. She placed them in front of Second Last and said to Jiang Shao, "This is homemade liquor. You're still young, aren't you?" Jiang Shao waved his hands and said, "Plain water will do." "Good kid, don't drink too much," the auntie nagged and turned around to get the kettle. Second Last picked up the glass in front of her and took a sip, after which the spicy liquid filled her lips and tongue and flowed down her throat and into her chest. Second last slowly put down the glass and felt the fire in her chest. She exhaled slowly and said, "The star techniques of the creatures of other dimensions in the arsenal are not suitable for you." "They're all right," Jiang Shao said casually. "I've analyzed them carefully, and some of them are quite interesting." Second last looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said, "You only have 9 star slots. You shouldn't waste your empty slots on those star techniques. Are you here to give me advice? Do you care what I put in my star slots?" Jiang Shao asked with a smile. Second last nodded and said, "Yes, I'll be involved in every step of your growth in the future." Jiang Shao panicked and hurriedly changed the topic. "Abomination is not bad." Second last said, "Brass quality, it's useless." Jiang Shao picked up a belly shabu skewer and said, "Nostalgia is not bad either." Second last shook her head and said, "Silver quality. The range of the halo is too small and the effect is too low." Jiang Shao pursed his lips. "That's terrible, brother." Looking at Jiang Zhao's expression, second last said in a hoarse voice, "Don't pin your hopes on using high-level star beads to replace low-level star techniques and improve the quality. No one in this world will love you as much as they do and risk their lives for you." Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, it seems that I've discussed it with Hai Tianqing and they're on the same page." Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and said in a monotonous voice, "You only have 6 star slots left. The star techniques that you have that are beyond quality are enough for you to grow in the early stages. When you reach the galaxy stage, you can choose from the gold quality star techniques." "You're too domineering," Jiang Shao said helplessly. Second last picked up a glass of wine and looked at Jiang Shao before taking a sip. "Spicy ribs, lamb skewers, and your favorite grilled codfish." Annie Lee walked over with a plate and placed the teapot on Jiang Zhao's table while speaking. Annie Lee didn't say anything else after getting no response from second last. She glanced at second last, who was drinking, and then at Jiang Shao, who was eating peanuts. She then left quietly. The boiling mahogany pot was emitting white steam. Through the steam, Jiang Shao stared at second last's almond-shaped eyes and made up his mind. He mustered his courage and said, "I don't want to join the army. I want to go to school." Second last's gaze became menacing, and she stared at Jiang Shao silently. Jiang Shao pulled down the collar of his hoodie. His body was warm, but his heart was cold. In the warm and cozy shop, second last, who was more humane, gave Jiang Shao some courage. Jiang Shao forced himself to calm down and said, "I want to stay by my sister's side. I saw real danger in the snowfield previously and found out what kind of battles she would participate in the future as an outstanding awakened. I want to do my best to protect her." Second last's eyes dimmed, and she picked up the glass of wine that she had just put down and slowly placed it on her lips. The shop that was already closed was empty. Although the lights were bright, Jiang Zhao's table was the only one in the shop. There was no noise, and only the ticking of the clock on the wall could be heard. There was no noise, only the sound of the boiling mahogany pot. Finally, second last broke the silence and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's eat then." "I'm not eating." Jiang Shao frantically stood up and said, "I still have class tomorrow, and she's waiting for me to go back too. If it's too late, she'll be worried." Second last remained silent and nodded gently. She then raised her hand and took out a rolled-up map from the pocket of her trench coat that was hanging on the wall. She then handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao asked curiously, "What's this?" Second last said in a hoarse voice, and her movements were a little stiff, "Take it." Jiang Shao looked at the map in front of him and then at second last, only to discover that she was looking down and no longer looking aggressive. Jiang Shao wasn't bewitched by her gaze. He could tell that she was stiff, and after thinking about it, Jiang Shao grabbed the map and said softly, "Go home early." Jiang Shao then turned around and walked out of the warm and bright shop. He pushed open the glass door that was filled with fog and felt a gust of cold wind. He pulled his collar up and turned around to look at the shop. Second last was sitting alone behind the small table while the steam from the small pot on the table obscured her face. However, he could see that she had picked up the glass of wine again and was taking a sip. When she put down the glass again, there was only half a glass left. Jiang Shao shook his head and closed the door. It was quiet in the dark alley. He looked into the distance and saw that the lights in the skyscrapers were all lit up with a warm glow. He thought of Hai Tianqing's instructions and reckoned that she might not be as radical as Hai Tianqing made her out to be. Or perhaps the special environment had increased Jiang Zhao's survival rate. Jiang Shao walked out of the dim alley and saw the pitch-black car parked at the entrance. He held his forehead helplessly and put one hand in his pocket. Indeed, the car key was still with him. Regardless of second-last personality, Jiang Shao didn't think that giving her the car key would be the right choice. Jiang Shao, who was at a loss for what to do, sat down on the steps. Should I put the car key on the tire? Or should I go back and put it at the entrance of the shop? Why don't I knock on the door? Under normal circumstances, the auntie will come out, right? Jiang Shao sat on the stone steps and pondered while holding the map in his left hand and the car key in his right. He was a little upset and opened the map with the help of the dim street lights. This is the topographic map of the arsenal, hand-drawn. There were all kinds of terrain, symbols, marks, restricted areas, distribution of monsters, supply points, guards, guardians of night. It was densely packed and detailed. Every stroke of the words marked on the map seemed to be able to see the shadows of swords and knives. The tip of the blade was swallow-tailed and strong. Just like her, she was ineloquent and sharp with her words. She wasn't caring, and her movements were stiff. The warm and caring actions that were initially filled with love and concern turned into domineering and clumsy. Jiang Shao looked at the detailed map in his hand and recalled that second-last cold and aloof demeanor had turned into silence and stubbornness. Jiang Shao couldn't help but stand up when he thought of how dejected she looked after the fog. Jiang Shao sighed deeply and turned around to walk back. Ring, ring, ring. The doorbell rang. Auntie Lee said from the bar counter, "We're closing." Auntie Lee stopped speaking, and Jiang Shao strode in and stood in front of the small table. He looked at the untouched dishes and the empty wine glass in front of her. "You're back." Her hoarse voice finally sounded a little emotional. There was finally a hint of emotion in her voice. Through the fog, Jiang Shao seemed to have seen a hint of surprise on her cold and aloof face. Perhaps he must have seen wrongly. Chapter 132. Alliance Leader 3/10 *****. The map of the arsenal? Jiang Shao asked, trying to find a topic to talk about. The place has been sealed off now, and some teams have gone in to set up the formation of the creatures of other dimensions. Second last seemed to be in a good mood. She turned around and waved at the middle-aged woman behind the counter. The location is in Zhongqing County, south of Guanlin City. There were many arsenals in Beijiang Province, and it seemed that the location of the Provincial League was in Guanlin City. Although it was not considered a port city, it was close to Russia. So, this is the map of the distribution of monsters in the arsenal? Jiang Shao asked as he pointed at the rolled-up map. This was drawn according to my experience. Second last turned her body slightly, and the middle-aged woman poured some wine into the glass in front of her. "Won't you violate the rules by doing this?" Jiang Shao asked, feeling a little touched. "I drew it, and it's my guess." Second last reached for the wine. "Let's eat some first," Jiang Shao said all of a sudden. Second last's hand that was holding onto the glass paused for a moment, but she still placed it on her lips and took a sip. "My parents joined the army in an interesting way," Jiang Shao said as he picked up a lamb skewer. Second last nodded thoughtfully and said, "If we travel around, we might delay the progress of the mission. A team should be together all the time." Jiang Shao was in a much better mood as he ate the delicious meat skewers. "This is the best way I can think of. Besides, I'm just your apprentice, right? I'm not a regular member." "That's what Hai Tianqing told you," Second last said in a hoarse voice while picking up a whole codfish. The chopsticks seemed to have become a decoration. Jiang Shao did not answer her and simply asked, "What do you think of my suggestion? You'll be very tired, and your school life won't be as wonderful as you think it will be." Second last ate a large piece of grilled codfish while her fingers were stained with golden oil. There was also some chili sauce on her rosy lips. Looking at second last, who was disregarding her image, Jiang Shao smiled and shook his head. I'm young, I can take it. Second last nodded and asked, where does Han Jiangxue want to go? Jiang Shao took out 2 napkins and handed them to second last, who had just put down the cod. He said, she might want to go somewhere further to take a look. She has an uncertain future. Different cities, different environments, different students, and different teachers will all result in different outcomes. Second last was slightly bewildered because she didn't expect him to say something like that. She was silent for a while and said, Huaxia. Jiang Shao nodded and said, it should be China. I've never heard of her wanting to study abroad. Second last finally nodded and said, yeah, an uncertain future. Life is wonderful. Staring at the fish bones and fish fillets in front of second last, Jiang Shao felt that the fish was rather unpleasant. Let's talk about it later. It's still early. Jiang Shao put aside his worries and started eating the skewers. The 2 figures, one big and one small, fell into silence. Only the sound of eating could be heard. In the end, second last finished the second glass of wine and stood up while swaying left and right. Jiang Shao prayed that she could walk on her own because he couldn't carry her. If he really couldn't, he would have no choice but to drag her back like a dead dog. The Annie sent them to the door and watched as second last disappeared into the night without turning back. She couldn't help but exclaim in concern, Hong Ying, be careful. Come back often. Second last didn't turn around and simply waved her hand casually before continuing to walk forward. The cold wind blew past, but didn't make her button up her trench coat. Her body was burning hot, and she even felt that the cold wind was like a spring breeze. This is? Jiang Shao asked as he caught up to her. My comrade's parents, second last said, as she placed a hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Finally, what was supposed to happen had to happen. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Jiang Shao said helplessly, is this the reason why you don't pay for your meal? However, second last said, once upon a time, it was impossible for her parents to have a past relationship. After all, only a minority of people in this world would sever ties with their father. Hence, the past that she mentioned should be referring to her comrade. That meant that the so-called comrade had left her. He might have betrayed her, left the team, or died. Since second last could visit the shop, it meant that she didn't betray them. In that case, it could be a comrade who had left the team or died during a mission. If he had only left the team, it would be impossible for second last and the Annie to not talk about him. From the beginning to the end, the old couple didn't talk about their child or their comrade. Hence, that person should have died. At this point, Jiang Shao didn't probe further. After all, it would be easy for him to get into trouble. He changed the topic and asked, where are we going? Second last's crimson trench coat fluttered in the cold wind, and her body swayed slightly. She said in a hoarse voice, I don't know. Where's your home? Jiang Shao continued to ask. No, second last said casually. Jiang Shao was speechless. Do you have any relatives or friends? Do you want to stay there? Jiang Shao asked helplessly. Second last didn't respond and simply shook her head. It's such a cold day. Are you going to use me as a walking stick to go shopping? Jiang Shao asked, feeling rather speechless. Where are we going? Second last asked calmly. Jiang Shao said meekly. There's a bathhouse in front. Second last lowered her head, and her slightly dazed eyes gradually became clear again. Jiang Shao said, the bathhouse looks great. Why don't you go to the hall to sleep? As soon as she said that, she stared at Jiang Shao with her eyes that were gradually becoming clearer. Under the dim yellow street lights, her eyes were like a ferocious beast in the dark, making one's hair stand on end. Jiang Shao was panicking, so he asked, why don't I get a room for you? The ferocious beast's eyes gradually became sharp. Jiang Shao frantically said, there's no one at home. Second last finally retracted her gaze, and the two of them happened to walk out of the alley and towards the car. Ever since the two of them moved to Xia Yan's house, they hadn't been home for a long time. Jiang Shao drove towards Huayuan Estate in Dongqing District with ease and familiarity. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any traffic police along the way. Although he was an experienced driver with many years of driving experience, He didn't get a driver's license in this life. At 12:15 a.m., the car slowly stopped in front of building 1 of block G7, and the two of them got out of the car. "What's the matter now?" Jiang Shao locked the car, while second last stood rooted to the ground. He looked at the ferocious beast beside him helplessly. He realized that she was looking up at the residence above. Following her gaze, Jiang Shao saw the rough location of the residence. In the pitch-black residence, there seemed to be a figure pulling open the curtains and looking at the two of them. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't have realized that there was someone in the pitch-black house. "Is that Unit 702? Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. His house was Unit 701, and in his memory, he seemed to have never seen the owner of Unit 702. The two of them only knew that there was someone living in that house, but it was extremely mysterious. At the next moment, the curtains were drawn and the figure disappeared. Jiang Shao knew that as a guardian of the night, she would definitely be able to find out his home address. In fact, after she made up her mind to take him in as her disciple, she should have already found out everything about Jiang Shao. "Do you know that person?" Jiang Shao asked. Second last shook her head and continued to move forward while leaning on Jiang Shao. The two of them walked into the building and got into the elevator. Jiang Shao continued, "I've been living here for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone in Unit 702. Besides, it's a black shadow." "Huh," second last humped casually. After a while, the elevator stopped on the 7th floor. Jiang Shao walked out and, subconsciously, turned his head to look at Unit 702, hesitating about whether he should go and take a look. It seems that midnight is not a good time to visit neighbors. Forget it. I'll find a chance to visit again. Jiang Shao opened the door with the key and said, "You go. Stay in my room. It's over there. Hey, shoes, take off your shoes." Second last kicked off her boots while walking and followed Jiang Zhao's directions. She then walked into Jiang Zhao's room and closed the door. Jiang Shao sighed helplessly and walked into the room to pick up her shoes. "You drank too much today, so I'll give in to you this time. If you dare to do this again in the future, I'll kill you." Speaking of which, ever since Jiang Shao saw the unknown side of second last in the store, he no longer felt that she was as terrifying as Hai Tianqing had described her to be. Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangshue's room and then at the training room. After some thought, he decided to enter the training room, which used to be his parents' master bedroom. After washing up, Jiang Shao took out his mobile phone, only to realize that Han Jiangshue had already replied to him on WeChat. He had already told her everything just now. However, Han Jiangshue only replied with 2 words, "Respect yourself." Upon sight of those words, Jiang Shao really wanted to reply with a question mark. So what if Jiang Shao has other thoughts? The scene of second last tearing the codfish apart was still vivid in his mind. To second last, Jiang Zhao's fragile body should be no different from the grilled codfish. Jiang Shao looked at the question mark that he had typed on the screen and decided to delete it after some thought. Okay, he didn't dare to reply. He couldn't afford to offend her. Forget it, forget it. Love is tolerance. Love is tolerance. Love is restraint. Chapter 133. Alliance Master 4 out of 10 early in the morning. As the door was slowly pushed open, Jiang Shao carefully poked his head in, only to see a large figure curled up on a single bed, feeling aggrieved. Second last was sleeping soundly, and she no longer looked cold and domineering. At this moment, she was just like a gigantic cat that was curled up lazily. The crimson trench coat that covered her body revealed her alluring curves, and her long hair was scattered all over her face, revealing a side of her that no one knew about. Jiang Shao listened to her long breaths and thought about it again, but he decided not to disturb her. Instead, he closed the door gently and placed the toiletries at the door. He returned to the kitchen and placed the food he bought in the rice cooker to keep it warm. He then hurriedly put on his clothes and headed out to school. After a long time, second last moved and flipped her body over. She then lay on the small bed and opened her sleepy eyes. The ceiling and the house were unfamiliar to her. That was her living situation all year round. She traveled to various cities all year round, and every time she woke up, she would be in a hotel, a basement, or even a cave or a tunnel in a dimensional space. What was different from those places was there was a hint of familiarity on the unfamiliar bedsheets. Second last's eyes gradually focused, and after a few seconds, she recalled where she was. She couldn't help but stretch, but her feet touched the wardrobe next to the end of the bed. She frowned slightly, lifted the crimson coat that she was wearing, and got out of bed. There was a stack of books and a single photo in front of the computer desk. The young boy in the photo had an unruly expression on his face. He looked as if he was asking for a beating. Second last glanced at it silently and reached out to put the photo frame on the table. Voila! She reached out to open the curtains, and the warm rays of the sun shone on her face, making her squint her eyes. She slowly tied her long hair with one hand and quietly enjoyed the beauty of this moment. At the next moment, her nose twitched slightly. After tying her hair into a low ponytail, Second Last walked out of the room and kicked something that made a clanking sound. Second Last lowered her head and saw that there was a toothbrush, towel, and soap in the transparent plastic bag. Second Last raised her eyebrows and bent over to pick up the plastic bag. She then looked around and found her way into the bathroom. A few minutes later, she walked into the kitchen while brushing her teeth. This was the first thing she smelled. There was a piece of paper on the dining table. What should have been beautiful Chinese characters were twisted and distorted. The rice is in the pot, and there are side dishes in the fridge. Second Last tilted her head and sniffed. She then followed the scent to the rice cooker and opened it. Inside the rice cooker and on top of the steamer were a bowl of soy milk and 4 pies stacked together. In an environment where there was no one around, a faint smile appeared on her face. Half an hour later, she left her room door wide open in her slippers. She casually picked up the shoe rack and closed the door. Then, she walked out of Unit 701 and arrived at the door of Unit 702. Dong, dong, dong. Second Last knocked on the security door of Unit 702. After waiting patiently for 20 seconds, Second Last knocked thrice again. This time, her nose twitched slightly, and she said to the anti-theft door, "Night watch, light chasing." She seemed to know that there was someone behind the anti-theft door. Besides, she seemed to know his true identity, which was why she said those words. There was still no sound coming from behind the anti-theft door of Unit 702. Second Last looked down at the peephole on the door and said, "He will join the Guardians of the Night from now on." After saying that, Second Last turned around and returned to Unit 701. She then picked up the shoe rack and entered the room before closing the door. The dark peephole on the anti-theft door of Unit 702 became bright again. It seemed that the figure behind the door had already left and was no longer looking through the peephole. At the same time, in Jiangbin High School, the bell for the morning reading class rang. Jiang Shao turned around and looked at Han Jiangxue, who was behind him, as well as Xia Yan, who was across the aisle. Jiang Shao waved at Li Wei, who was in the distance, and Li Wei leaned over curiously. The 4 of them occupied a corner of the classroom, and Jiang Shao whispered, "I know which arsenal we're training in, the terrain, and the distribution of the monsters." Xia Yan chuckled and said, "Is this the result of your sacrifice? What a dirty deal." "Huh, are you mocking me? I'm a great hero. I still remember the feeling of being with a king and a tiger last night. I was so flustered that I managed to get some information, and yet you actually mocked me?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at Xia Yan before saying affectionately, "Although I'm being kept by another woman, you have to remember that I still love you." Puff. Li Wei couldn't help but lower his head and snicker. "Master tactics, the king of self-destruction. I'm a wolf, and I'll self-destruct. Even if I die, I'll blow you up." Xia Yan humphed coldly and said, "Why would I believe you? You're so naughty." "Let's get down to business," Han Jiangxue said coldly. "I'll show you a map during the afternoon training session. Everything on it is very detailed. However, this map is the map of the Beijiang Provincial League assessment venue, not the map of the arsenal that we're going to train in tomorrow," Jiang Shao said. Han Jiangxue said, "The arsenal is not a regular training venue. Most of them are sealed off, and only 2 or 3 of them are open to the public." "Where did she give you the map of?" Jiang Shao answered, "The one in Guanlin City, Zhongqing County." Guanlin City? That far? Xia Yin asked with a frown. "It'll take 12 hours by train, right? It'll take 7 to 8 hours by car, which is 600 to 700 kilometers." Jiang Shao said quietly, "If you want to drive a private car, go ahead, but I'm not going to the trunk." Han Jiangxue asked, "Why did she give you these?" Jiang Shao said, That's a long story." Li Wei turned around to look at the clock on the wall and said, "There's still 7 minutes left." Jiang Shao pondered for a moment and said, "When we were in the snowfield, weren't we locked up in prison? Then the mercenaries blew up the prison and I was rescued by her. You can say that we formed a temporary team." Everyone nodded, for they were all aware of that information. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "A lot of things happened after that. Let's put it simply. I helped her defeat the deputy leader of the mercenaries and saved her from the brink of death. Later on, we met in the ruins, and you guys saw her attitude towards me, as well as what I did in the end." In short, Xia Yin asked calmly, "Did she take a liking to you? She want me to join the Guardians of the Night and take me in as her disciple. Her team of 4 has fallen apart, and she's short of manpower." Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue looked at each other. The scene that they had imagined during their private conversation was becoming a reality. Jiang Shao continued, "By the way, Teacher Hai Tianqing used to be a member of her team. Something happened later, and Teacher Hai was fired. Hence, he came to Zhongbin High School to be a teacher." Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "When Teacher Hai called us captain in prison, we already guessed it. We didn't expect him to really be a guardian of the night." Li Wei sighed and said, "It's really a waste of his talent. A member of the Guardians of the Night actually came to be a teacher in a high school." Jiang Shao nodded in agreement and said, "Besides, he's a precious medical awakened." Han Jiangxue asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Shao paused and looked at everyone. "I haven't asked, which university do the 3 of you want to apply to? Do you want to apply to the same university, or do you want to go your separate ways?" The 3 of them were stumped by his question. Chapter 134. Guildmaster Update May 10th, ******* Time passed quickly, and a day passed. Jiang Zhao's team gathered at the school gate, and in front of them was the teacher leading the team, Hai Tianqing. Hai Tianqing was dressed normally today. He was wearing a thin, light blue down jacket and a pair of light blue jeans. At least, he looked like a normal person and was no longer the best man who had just returned from the wedding. To Jiang Zhao's bewilderment, the school clearly said that they would focus on training 3 teams, but in fact, only 1 team was going to the arsenal this time. In fact, Jiang Shao didn't know that even his team almost couldn't go on the trip. It was because Li Wei almost failed to convince his mother. If it weren't for Li Qingmei's help, Li Wei might have really failed this time and caused the team to be unable to go on the trip. What Jiang Shao and the others didn't know was how much effort Li Qingmei, who had a sweet smile on her face, had put in and made up her mind. Li Wei never mentioned it because he didn't want them to worry. Hence, he pretended to be fine and stood at the front of the team. The arsenal was different from the snowfield. It was not everywhere in Beijing province, and there were not many of them. Generally speaking, the arsenal in Zhongji province was the most densely distributed. The arsenal that the school contacted was located in Nanxing County, which was about a 2-hour drive away. Originally, the teacher leading the team was supposed to bring the children to the bus station and take a bus there. However, at Xia Yan's request, they took Xia Yan's private car instead. Hai Tianqing naturally became the chauffeur, and Li Wei was thrown into the front passenger seat. Xia Yan sat in the middle of the back seat, separating Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue. The interior of the Land Rover was relatively spacious, especially since Xia Yan was leaning against Han Jiangxue, who was leaning against the window on the left. Hence, Jiang Shao was the only one leaning against the window on the right. There was plenty of space beside him. During the short journey, Li Wei started talking about the unfinished topic from yesterday. "I went back and had a good chat with my family." Xia Yan, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Li Wei while the others pricked up their ears to listen. "My father wants me to be admitted to the military school. He wants me to go to the China University of Defense Technology," Li Wei said apologetically. The one in Xiangnan? Jiang Shao asked. In this world, most awakened students would go to the Star Warrior universities in various provinces. Although the names were similar, the educational standards of the schools were different due to the different provinces. Apart from the Star Warrior universities in the various provinces, some military schools and police academies also recruited awakened students. Other than that, the other universities recruited ordinary students normally. After all, ordinary students were the mainstream and main force of this world. Yes, the one from Xiangnan, Li Wei answered. Qingbei in the army. That's a top-notch school. You do need to get more points every time. Jiang Shao was slightly speechless. When the name of the school was revealed, it was indeed a little scary. What about you guys? Li Wei asked as he turned around to look at his teammates. I don't want to go to a military school. The management is too strict. It would be great if I could go to a normal Star Warriors university, Xia Yin immediately said while shaking her head. Seemingly feeling a sense of accomplishment, Hai Tianqing said in a gentle voice, I've seen how hard-working you guys are. Compared to the management of the school, you guys are more strict with yourselves. Don't worry about that. Xia Yin scoffed and said, the awakened students in the University of Defense Technology will basically join the various national armies after graduation. I don't want to confirm my occupation in advance. I still want to study abroad for a few more years and play for a few more years. You only know how to play, Han Jiangxue said softly. Xia Yin chuckled and bumped her head against Han Jiangxue's intimately. I'll work hard. Don't worry, if I don't become an awakened, I'll have to go home and inherit my family's wealth. I don't want that. Jiang Shao was speechless. Hai Tianqing was speechless. Li Wei was speechless. Xia Yin chuckled and leaned against Han Jiangxue. Do you have any schools that you're interested in? Han Jiangxue said softly. I haven't thought about it yet. We'll talk about it next semester. Okay. Xia Yin nodded. It seemed that the team would go their separate ways after the college entrance examination. Hai Tianqing, who was driving, seemed to have also realized the situation. In the end, he could only sigh in his heart. Everyone had their own ambitions, and it couldn't be helped. After all, they were a team of 4, and each of them had their own ambitions and family conditions. There were cases of teams of 4 entering the same school together, but there weren't many of them either. The 2-hour drive passed quickly, and they arrived at the forest in the north of Nanxing County. The section of the provincial highway was originally deserted, and there were only vehicles passing by. Ever since the arsenal in the forest was developed by the officials, a dirt road leading up to the mountain was opened up. The car climbed all the way up the mountain and drove into an empty, flat, and shabby parking lot. There were already plenty of cars parked there, some of which were luxurious. They reckoned that they should be the vehicles of the awakened. Hai Tianqing led everyone out of the car and walked along the dirt road. Finally, they arrived at a campsite in the forest. The rows of military tents exuded a strong sense of militariness. There were no birds or flowers in the cold late autumn. Everything there seemed to be solemn and serene. Hai Tianqing went up alone to find the soldier and said something to him. After confirming it again and again, he waved at the team of 4. Han Jiangxue suddenly asked, Xiaopi, what kind of creatures of other dimensions are there in the arsenal? Of course, she knew what was inside, but she just wanted to test Jiang Shao. Or perhaps, she wanted to remind Jiang Shao of what he was about to face. Male and female savages, male and female savages, male and female savages, male and female savages with swords, male savages with spears, female savages with bows, ape ghouls, and the extremely rare ape ghoul king. Jiang Shao answered fluently. Compared to the snowfield, which had a single species, the species in the arsenal were diverse. Besides, the terrifying thing was that the creatures of other dimensions lived in groups. They were not like the white ghouls who were lone rangers and needed powerful individuals or white ghoul witches to form a team. They were born with the habit of living in groups and living a life of hunting. It was rare for them to eat the corpses of their own kind because the 2 major forces here were enemies. The savages and the ape ghouls were at loggerheads, and they were evenly matched in terms of strength. In terms of physical fitness, the savages were inferior to the ape ghouls. However, the savages had a certain level of intelligence and knew how to use tools, which made up for the difference in strength between them and the ape ghouls to a certain extent. While walking, Han Jiangxue continued to ask, "What are the star techniques and racial strength?" Jiang Shao answered, "Savage couple, brass quality. Star techniques, sharp teeth, and sharp claws. Male swordsman, male spearman, female archer. Silver level, star techniques, sharp teeth, sharp claws, hatred. Savage sorcerer, silver level, star techniques, corpse explosion, zombie spirit. Savage sorceress, silver level, star techniques, nostalgia, dawn. Ape ghoul, silver level. Its star technique overlaps with the lava ghoul martial technique of the volcanoes. Ape ghoul king, gold stage. Star techniques are silver quality brutality and gold quality body of star power." Han Jiangxue nodded and said in satisfaction, "Sure. Remember, after you go in, focus and have a clear goal." Jiang Shao agreed and walked into the dense forest under the lead of several soldiers. Finally, they arrived in front of a large egg-shaped building. After the soldiers inspected it, they finally opened the door to let them in. There was a completely different world inside the building, which looked like a military base. Hai Tianqing led the two male students to change their clothes. After identifying themselves and going through the formalities, he ensured that the team did not need the soldiers of the base to guide them. He then led the two students to wait in front of the door. Soon, Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue also walked out of the changing room at the side. Xia Yin, who was already valiant and heroic in the first place, became even more heroic and domineering. Han Jiangxue, on the other hand, also became the green flower of the army, which made Jiang Zhao's eyes light up. "Let's go." Hai Tianqing waved his hand and followed the guidance of the soldiers, leading them all the way down. Finally, they arrived in front of a large round door. It looked like the door of the sewer. After the layers of inspection by the guards, they finally walked into the sewer. When they walked out, they saw a deep pit with a diameter of more than 50 meters. In the building, there was a tall defensive wall around the deep pit. The soldiers had solemn expressions on their faces as they set up their guns and stared at the portal in the deep pit. It was not in the shape of a door either, but layers of overlapping space that intertwined with each other. "Let's go," Hai Tianqing said as he led them down the stairs. Their figures were the first to enter the overlapping teleportation portal. Jiang Shao took a deep breath and adjusted his training cap before finally entering the so-called arsenal. The first feeling he felt was warmth. The second feeling was that it was a little bright. The place where they appeared was a grassland. The world was abnormally bright, just like the clear sky in the central Mongolian grassland at 9 a.m. in the morning. Is that the sun in the sky? Is it the sun in the solar system? So, this arsenal shares the same sun as Earth? It's just that the arsenal is on a different dimension from Earth, so it has never appeared in the field of vision of humans? Or is the sun in the sky a star of another galaxy? It's light years away from Earth. It hasn't been found by humans in the sky. Jiang Shao squatted down and grabbed the turf under his feet. The soil was neither dry nor wet, and the turf was green. It seemed to be no different from Earth. Why does it feel like a vacation? This scenery, this climate, this air quality, this is too beautiful, isn't it? If Earth's population were to explode, wouldn't this place be very suitable for immigration? The dimensional space is indeed a wonderful place. Perhaps there are many resources that can be used here. Will minerals and oil exist? Back then, Jiang Shao did not think so much when he was in the dark and cold snowfield. However, when he stood in the warm grassland, especially after seeing the sun in the sky, Jiang Shao could not help but let his thoughts wander. Please remember the domain name of this book. Apex Mobile Version Website. Chapter 135. Alliance Leader Update, June 10th, Hai Tianqing pointed at the edge of the forest in the west and said, "The supply point of the arsenal is very close to the space gate." Jiang Shao raised his head and looked into the distance, only to see a dark green ocean and dense forest. Jiang Shao thought to himself. At least on the surface, there were resources. He could imagine that there should be such arsenals being developed and used by China in places that Jiang Shao didn't know about. At the thought of China, which was a vast country, Jiang Shao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Risks also brought benefits. At the thought of the various dimensional spaces that had blossomed all over China, he thought about how many benefits it would bring to China. He then thought about South Korea and North Korea. Forget it, I'd better not think about it. The environment here is much better than in the snowfield. Xia Yin looked into the distance and stared at the group of wooden houses at the edge of the forest. The poor guardians in the snowfield can only look for caves. Here, they've even built wooden houses. That's why this supply point is so close to the space gate, Jiang Shao said casually. Li Wei looked at Hai Tianqing and asked, "Are we going there to take a look? Should we familiarize ourselves with the environment there? Let's not disturb those guardians and leave their time to those who really need help." Hai Tianqing shook his head and said, "We're already prepared. Let's go to the forest first. There are few creatures of other dimensions in this endless grassland." As they walked towards the forest, the guardian's campsite became clearer and clearer. Xia Yin suddenly said, "That wooden house looks really exquisite. Ah, there's even a tree house." Han Jiangxue followed Xia Yan's directions, but ignored the beautiful treehouse. Instead, she saw the red-starred flag that was fluttering in the wind. The sky was not dark here, so the red-starred flag was not made of any special material. It was exactly the same as the flag of China on Earth. With this flag, the people felt more assured in their hearts. The team walked into the forest and walked towards the west for more than half an hour before Hai Tianqing stopped in his tracks. Hai Tianqing said, "From now on, I'll follow you guys from afar. Pay attention to everything I tell you. Don't act rashly." The team did not respond, which made Hai Tianqing feel a little awkward. Han Jiangxue said, 211. Hai Tianqing was even more embarrassed. In order to resolve the awkwardness, Jiang Shao gave him a blessing. He had successfully found a way to resolve the awkwardness, which was to make Hai Tianqing experience even more awkwardness so that he would forget the awkwardness of being ignored. Hai Tianqing liked to squint. This time, he had found a companion for his coffee. Under the light of the blessing, his eyes narrowed into slits. Strange sounds came out of his mouth. Hearing the peculiar sound, Li Wei shuddered and reached out to grab the long-handled hammer that Han Jiangxue handed to him before hurriedly striding away. Han Jiangxue took out another giant sword from Sky Smasher and handed it to Xia Yin, gesturing for her to follow Li Wei. Jiang Shao also leaned over and took the other giant sword. Although it was also a giant sword, it was much lighter than the one in Xia Yan's hand because it was made of wood. Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao coldly and strode away before repeating, 211. Got it. Jiang Shao put the wooden giant sword on his back and pursed his lips. Didn't you just tell me to stay away from you? Women, you don't mean what you say. You clearly love me so much. Of course, Jiang Shao dared not say those words out loud, for fear that he would be rebuked by the husky. Jiang Shao finally understood. In order to get the princess, he had to get rid of her female knight first. It seemed to be a game of clearing levels. Jiang Shao had to step on the switch, lower the drawbridge, and throw the detestable Xia Ku Ba into the sea of fire so that he could live happily with the princess. Li Wei, who was in front, was carving a mark on the tree cautiously. As everyone went deeper into the forest, the dense leaves covered the sky, and the light gradually dimmed. There's a situation, Xia Yin said all of a sudden. Li Wei subconsciously arched his body and hid behind a giant tree with Xia Yin. Two heads popped out from the left and right sides of the tree and looked into the distance. Ape ghouls, Xia Yin said softly. This head is at least 2 meters larger than the white ghouls, Li Wei said with a nod, while secretly feeling astonished. He had seen pictures of ape ghouls in books and knew their fighting habits and characteristics. He had also seen videos on how to fight against ape ghouls on the internet. However, when a living monster really appeared in front of him, the feeling was something that he couldn't experience through the screen. Although the ape ghoul was 2 meters tall, it was much more terrifying than a 2-meter tall human. It was because its shoulders were too broad and its body was too large. Unlike the white ghouls, its fur was not long and its entire body was light brown. Its arms were extremely strong, and its huge muscles were daunting. Although it could walk upright, its long and thick arms could touch the ground. It was like a gorilla on Earth, walking in the forest. The problem was, walking? Shouldn't they be high up and floating on the branches? Besides, why did it seem to be staggering? If one were to observe carefully, they would be able to hear some indistinct roars coming from its mouth. Clearly, it was trying its best to restrain itself from making any sounds. Perhaps it was because of fatigue, injury, or other reasons, but the Tarzan of the apes was not as rampant as normal beasts. Instead, it was trying its best to bear with it. Ape ghouls are social creatures, Li Wei said, seemingly deep in thought. Have you seen its companions? No, but I saw someone. Xia Yin licked her lips with glistening eyes and a look of envy on her face. Envy? Someone? What did you say? Li Wei asked in shock. 2 o'clock, Xia Yin said. Li Wei looked to the right and searched carefully. Finally, he saw a vague figure in the lush grass next to the giant tree in the distance. Xia Yin hid behind the tree and hurriedly gestured. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao, who were behind her, squatted down and observed the surroundings vigilantly. The so-called 2-1-1 formation had also been destroyed. According to Xia Yan's gesture, Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao quickly moved forward and hid behind a giant tree beside her. I don't think that's a human, Xia Yan whispered to Han Jiangxue. Jiang Xiao looked over and sighed in amazement at the superb concealment skills of the other party. If he didn't observe carefully, he might not have been able to discover it. Even if Jiang Xiao knew the location and observed carefully, he would only be able to see the swaying, lush grass. Roar! Finally, the ape ghoul staggered and stood firmly on its feet, no longer looking around frantically. It slammed the ground with its large and sturdy arms and roared furiously. At the same time, a person stood up in front of the ape ghoul. Yes, a person. A man who was about 8 meters tall and had a stone sword in his hand. He was bare-chested and wearing shorts made of animal hide. His skin was brown, and he had long black hair that was tied up in a ponytail. He had a menacing expression and suddenly gave up on hiding. Instead, he swaggered and roared at the ape ghouls. Jiang Xiao really felt like he had seen his compatriots. Damn it, this is a living person. Besides, he looks like an Asian. When people mention Asians, they would easily associate them with East Asians. In fact, there were also American branches of Asians. The guy in the distance seemed to be a native of America. His eyes, which were glistening with a purple glow, were the only things that could distinguish the creatures of other dimensions from the real American natives on Earth, right? His purple eyes were extremely demonic and terrifying. Even in this forest that wasn't considered dark, it emitted a strange glow that was eye-catching. It could, to a certain extent, remind humans that these strange men and women were serious dimensional creatures. The ape ghoul looked at the man with the stone saber with its huge eyes and roared crazily. Just as the ape ghoul was distracted, a few figures crawled up from the forest diagonally behind it. This time, it was a group of women. They had different hairstyles. Some of them had disheveled hair. Some had their hair tied up in a ponytail. Some had their hair wrapped in cloth. And some had their hair tied up in dreadlocks. Similarly, their styles were also different. Some of them were wearing clothes similar to leather armor, while some were wearing clothes made of ape ghoul's hide. Most of them did not have clothes that covered their bodies or were in tatters. Besides, the women's bodies were so sexy and alluring, which was also the reason why Xia Yin was so envious just now. Jiang Xiao, who was hiding behind the tree, was completely stunned. Why are they different from the pictures in the books? The swordsman was similar to the images in the books. He was strong and muscular, and his eyes were demonic and sharp. But this group of female archers? Don't you guys know how to put on some clothes? Oh my God, they're amazing. I'm still a child. Who can stand this? Li Wei. Jiang Xiao swallowed his saliva and called out softly. Li Wei turned around and saw Jiang Shao staring intently at the depths of the forest. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao murmured. "I'm done. What about you?" Li Wei was speechless. At the next moment, Han Jiangxue slapped the back of Jiang Zhao's head. "Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website." Chapter 136. Alliance Leader 7/10****. "What do you mean, Jiangxue?" Xiaoxue. Xia Yin asked. "This group of savages is clearly hunting. It's not the best choice to participate in the battle now. Pay attention to the situation and be vigilant of the surroundings. Wait for my orders to enter the battlefield." "Got it. Got it." Xia Yin and Li Wei responded one after another. In their line of sight, two men with stone swords crawled out of the bushes with menacing gazes. The three of them formed a team and approached the ape ghouls step by step. The ape ghouls smashed their hands on the ground forcefully and dashed forward ferociously while roaring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of female savages lurking in the periphery were either standing or kneeling while pulling the longbows in their hands into a full moon shape. Sharp arrows darted out one after another. The sharp arrows were not ordinary arrows. There were even spots of purple light on the wooden tip of the arrow. According to the books, the ape ghouls had strong defenses. Their fur might be easily damaged, but their bodies were made of iron and hard to penetrate. However, several sharp arrows accurately hit the ape ghouls and pierced deep into their flesh, causing spots of purple light to spread. This bloody scene had a hint of fantasy in it, and the style was quite strange. What followed next was the furious roar of the ape ghouls. Its target had never changed. Even though its body was pierced with arrows and it was injured, it still plunged into the group of swordsmen. An even more bloody scene appeared. The swordsman who was the target of the ape ghouls was actually smashed to death by the strong arms of the ape ghouls. Not only did the swordsman die on the spot, but his corpse was also smashed into two after the ape ghouls vented its anger. If the ape ghouls were given more time, Jiang Shao believed that the corpse would be smashed into pieces. The bloody scene was really terrifying, but the remaining two swordsmen were not afraid at all. In fact, they even seemed to be unable to see their companion's death. They simply held onto their stone swords and slashed the ape ghouls that had gone crazy. The stone swords that were about 1 meter long were also mixed with faint purple light. Jiang Shao knew that it was their unique star technique abomination. The ape ghouls broke the head of the corpse with one of their large hands and crushed it like an egg. They then ate it together with the blood and flesh. "He's probably eating star beads, huh?" The arrows were still flying towards the ape ghouls, and the two saber wielders did not retreat either. Instead, they kept slashing the ape ghouls with their stone sabers. Perhaps the knives and arrows were not sharp enough, or they were not strong enough, or the ape ghouls' defense was extremely strong, but the ape ghouls did not die within a short period of time. The ferocious ape ghoul grabbed another swordsman. While the ape ghoul wrestled with the swordsman, its body was already full of arrows. Jiang Shao initially thought that the ape ghouls were going to deal with another savage swordsman, but the development of things was beyond his expectations. The ferocious ape ghoul that Jiang Shao thought to be extremely powerful and whose attributes were several levels higher than the swordsman actually lost to the swordsman in a contest of strength. No, in terms of physical attributes, the savage was definitely no match for the ape ghouls. The two creatures were not on the same level at all. Hence, the only possible reason for that was the star techniques of the swordsman and the female archer. Roar! The ape ghoul roared into the sky, and its body suddenly glowed with silver light. Its brownish-black eyes turned crimson, and it regained the upper hand once again after being tied with the swordsman. The battle was really full of twists and turns, and Jiang Shao was amazed. That should be the star technique of the ape ghoul's brutality. Xia Yin also had that star technique. She once told Jiang Shao, "You won't want to see this star technique. If I use it one day, I hope you can wake me up." Although Xia Yin had never used that star technique in front of Jiang Shao, he finally witnessed the so-called brutality at this moment. Just like its name, it was indeed crazy and irritable. The ape ghoul seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy, as its movements suddenly sped up and became extremely powerful. It kicked the other swordsman away and tore the swordsman in its hand with one hand before dashing towards the female archers in the forest. The arrows that were raining down never stopped. Spots of purple light continuously spread out from the ape ghoul's body. Jiang Shao initially thought that he would see a massacre, but to his surprise, the tables were turned again. The ape ghoul didn't look cool for more than a few seconds at all. Apart from the first few moves that were particularly outstanding, the ape ghoul's movements slowed down again under the rain of arrows. Its badly mutilated body was a horrible sight to behold, and its entire body had been shot. The corpse that it was carrying in its hand had also slipped to the ground, and its movements gradually turned into a jog before it turned into a walk. In the end, the ape ghoul's footsteps gradually staggered as it struggled to move step by step. It let out a wail, and its huge body fell to its knees at the feet of a female archer like a mountain of gold and jade that toppled a jade pillar. In the end, it still couldn't kill the annoying fly. Did the barbarians really win this battle? The savages had sacrificed 2 swordsmen, and one of them was seriously injured. It was unknown if he could be healed. However, there was only one ape ghoul. Would it be enough for the savages? Ape ghouls were also social creatures. What if it wasn't alone? What if there were 2 ape ghouls? What if there were a group of them? Jiang Shao once again witnessed a cruel scene. The group of female archers did not choose to help the severely injured swordsman up. Instead, they cleanly tore his throat apart. Their former companions seemed to have become a burden to the team. Or could they become food? According to the books, the savages rarely hunted and ate their own kind. Hence, they probably wouldn't take the initiative to attack their own kind. However, if it was a corpse, they probably wouldn't waste such a food resource. The bushes around the female archer swayed. There's actually someone hiding. The 3 savages got up and quickly picked up the corpse, seemingly treating it as a form of food as they carried it on their shoulders. The 3 savages did not have any weapons in their hands and were dressed in tattered clothes. They seemed to be at the bottom of the social hierarchy who did manual labor. However, the 3 savages were lucky that they did not become members of the suicide squad. A few of the female archers also surrounded the dead ape ghouls. Han Jianshui's eyes froze, and she seemed to have noticed that the female archers were getting wary. She frantically said, "Go." There were 11 silver-quality female archers and 3 brass-quality savages. Should we really go up against them? While Jiang Shao was still pondering, Xia Yin and Li Wei had already subconsciously dashed forward. When the husky heard its master's order, its body naturally responded. "What's going on with you, Li Wei?" Xia Yin swung her sword horizontally, and a flame arc darted out towards the 3 female archers who were surrounding the ape ghouls to collect their arrows. After Xia Yin's sword arc was thrown out, Li Wei immediately set up his black shield. The 2 melee fighters dashed forward quickly, only to hear the sounds of arrows hitting the black shield one after another. It's too terrifying. If we're not careful, we might die on the spot. The female archers reacted extremely quickly and began to shoot arrows at the newcomers as soon as the strange phenomenon occurred. Han Jiangxue spread her hands out, and a whirlwind suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the 2 female archers. They yelled loudly and were sent flying into the air. They were in a flurry and began to brandish their claws. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Han Jiangxue continuously flicked her slender fingers, and a whirlwind appeared beneath the feet of the female archers. Baron Wind was simply too powerful. Xia Yin dragged her giant sword and yelled, "Two!" The black shield in Li Wei's hand immediately disappeared without a trace, and Xia Yin darted out. She spun in the air and dodged an arrow by a hair's breadth. The long sword pierced into the chest of a female archer. Like a skewer of candied haws, Xia Yin stabbed it into the giant wood behind her. Silver grade first kill, skill point +1. Xia Yin stepped on the female archer's waist and abdomen and pulled out the sword that was stabbed into the female archer's body in the giant wood. Staring at the female archers in the sky, she stretched her hand out and threw a fireball. This should be what she meant when she said that her hands weren't long enough. Li Wei held up the black shield in front of him and continuously moved closer to Xia Yan. When the fifth female archer was thrown into the sky, the two female archers at the top seemed to have already reacted. Their physiques were very strong, and after a short period of panic, they quickly adapted to the situation and found their balance in the air. Knocking the bow and shooting arrows, Xia Yan got a great shock, and before Li Wei could rush over, she swung her sword and struck down the arrows. A sharp and alluring female voice sounded abruptly on Li Wei's right. Li Wei shivered and almost dropped his shield. He knew that the toxic healer is here. Please remember the domain name of this book. Apex Mobile Version. Chapter 137. Alliance Leader Gamma 8/10 ***** Han Jiangxue had been using the Baron Windstar technique all this while. She had never rashly used the Bursting Flames Ball because she had seen the physical fitness of the female archers and knew that they could dodge it. When Han Jiangxue saw the results of Jiang Zhao's attack, she had an idea too. Xiaopi, listen to my orders. Huh? Jiang Zhao didn't have any good ideas for the archers. At this moment, he was trying his best to show his usefulness by shining the light of blessing on every female archer who tried to sneak an attack on Li Wei. After hearing Han Jiangxue's order, he frantically focused. 9 points, blessing, Han Jiangxue said while throwing out a fireball. Jiang Zhao hurriedly looked to the left and threw out a ray of blessing. The instant blessing was cast on one of the female archers. The female archer was so comfortable that her eyes seemed to be in a daze. Her eyes that were emitting a demonic purple glow began to squint slightly. Her body trembled slightly, and she almost dropped the bow in her hand. If it weren't for the habit that she had developed over a long period of time, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold the bow properly. Just as she was floating in the air, a huge fireball came crashing down on her. Besides, the fireball would explode. The fireball exploded violently, and the heat wave immediately blew up the female archer's head. Her body was still recovering vitality under the light of blessing, but half of her head had already been blown up. Damn it! On the battlefield in the distance, Xia Yan felt an excruciating pain in her arm, followed by spots of purple light crawling up her arm. Xia Yan could feel a trace of star power flowing out of her body from the wound. She could feel the loss of astral power, but it seemed that something else important was leaving her. Be careful! Li Wei scurried over hurriedly, while Xia Yan chased after the female archers. She then took advantage of the geographical advantage and frantically harvested the female archers who had fallen from the sky. However, her arm was pierced by an arrow from one of the female archers. There was an arrow in Xia Yan's right arm, and blood flowed out along with the starlight. She felt an excruciating pain. She leaned against a tree and was once again protected by Li Wei's black shield. Xia Yan gritted her teeth and grabbed the arrow in her right arm with her left hand before pulling it out forcefully. The sharp tip of the arrowhead was flat and triangular in shape, leaving a bloody hole in Xia Yan's right arm. The moment the arrow was pulled out of her arm, the faint purple light dissipated. Only then did the starlight stop flowing from her wound. With a furious expression, Xia Yan covered her blood-stained camouflage uniform with one hand while hearing a familiar voice. 2. Jiang Zhao shouted. Li Wei hurriedly extinguished the shield. Ring, ring, ring. The leaping medical light dashed into the battlefield and accurately hung on Xia Yan's body before jumping onto Li Wei's body. However, it did not return and continued to jump onto the two of them instead. As soon as Li Wei propped up his shield, he heard Xia Yan say, 2. Li Wei's black shield suddenly disappeared, and Xia Yan raised her sword, after which a flame arc was thrown out again. Swoosh! The two female archers dodged to the sides, but they did not pause in the slightest as they knocked their arrows. Li Wei hurriedly activated the black shield again, and the two arrows that were glistening with purple light hit the black shield before falling to the ground. Xiaopi, on my side, will kill those too, Xia Yan said in exasperation as she pushed Li Wei's shoulder forcefully. Carry the shield and rush towards the one that landed behind us. Don't worry about me. As soon as Jiang Zhao's left hand landed, Han Jiangxue blew up another female archer. Upon hearing Xia Yan's pleas for help, he frantically turned around and raised his right hand, after which a beam of light landed on one of the female archers. Jiang Zhao then lowered his right hand, and another beam of light landed on another female archer. 10 points. Han Jiangxue's figure appeared from the right, and Jiang Zhao hurriedly turned his head to look to the left. He then stretched out his left hand, after which a ray of light landed on Han Jiangxue's face. Li Wei carried the shield in one hand and the long-handled hammer in the other, feeling extremely frustrated. It was because he realized that he couldn't catch up with the agile female archers. The savages were simply too fast. Charge in my face. How? I can't touch them. What was even more infuriating was that the female archer would turn around and shoot arrows from time to time, making use of her speed and geographical advantage. She was just like a kite. Damn it, she actually knows how to climb trees? There was actually a mocking smile on the female archer's stiff face. If you chase me, if you manage to catch me, I'll let you off. The strange voice sounded again, right in front of Li Wei. Li Wei immediately perked up and discovered that the female archer who was crawling around like a monkey had actually tripped and fallen from the branch. Without hesitation, Li Wei charged forward with his shield and swung his long-handled hammer, which was covered in green glow. He then smashed it down forcefully. Bang! He could tell that Li Wei was furious and had clearly been toyed with. Hence, he seized the opportunity and went all out. The moment the hammer landed, the female archer's body fell into the ground, and her head was deflated too. Why are you so brutal? Did she break your heart? Jiang Zhao thought to himself, and frantically yelled, Wait a minute, let me absorb a star bead. There's no need. Xia Yan's voice was accompanied by the sound of the giant sword being swung. The two female archers who were dumbfounded were split into two by Xia Yan. 5 of them ran away. Han Jiangxue said coldly from behind. 5 ran away? The battle was so intense. Who would have the mood to count how many ran away? It turned out that Han Jiangxue did have such thoughts. 3 female archers and 2 savages ran away. In fact, the savage was planning to run over too, but Li Wei stopped him. Xiaopi, not bad. I'll give you more drumsticks when we go back. Xia Yan's voice was filled with the satisfaction of victory, and she looked like she had just gotten her revenge. She then looked at the female savage who had been split into 2 by her feet. I'll give you more drumsticks too, Li Wei said. Jiang Zhao scratched his head and looked at Han Jiangxue who was beside him. Han Jiangxue simply nodded gently and strode towards the corpses that were still warm. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. I'm asking you if you're going to give me more drumsticks too. I'm not asking for your permission. Why are you nodding? I'm not a child. I don't need my parents' permission to accept things from others. I've already nurtured so much. The people of the pugilistic world should address me respectfully as Daddy. Why am I still being treated as a younger brother? Jiang Zhao felt aggrieved, but he didn't say anything. Jiang Zhao scurried towards the corpse of the female archer and got ready to use the star bead to heal the trauma in his heart. You guys are well aware of the star techniques of these savages. If you don't want to waste your star slots, don't use their star beads to replenish your star power, Han Jiangxue said. That was indeed a problem. Once the star technique was embedded in the star map, it would be impossible to get rid of it. For normal awakened, they would have a chance to absorb the star technique while using the star beads to replenish their star power. Jiang Zhao was different because he had an internal star map. He would absorb it if he wanted to and filter it out if he didn't. Of course, Jiang Zhao did not intend to say that out loud. At this moment, Jiang Zhao was squatting in front of the corpse of a female archer, feeling a little flustered. After they died, their purple eyes lost their demonic luster and became more human-like. Jiang Zhao clenched the dagger in his hand, knowing that he had to get through this hurdle. He flipped the female archer's corpse over and made her lie on the ground with the back of her head facing him. Deceiving himself, Jiang Shao stabbed her with the dagger in the end. In the deep forest far away, Hai Tianqing looked at the four students who had different expressions on their faces and sighed deeply. The arsenal was really not suitable for children of their age to come here for training. Jiang Shao finally found a blood-stained star bead from the head. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. Chapter 138. Happy New Year, everyone. Tomorrow will be the 4th update. I'm afraid I'll have to stay up for a long time again tonight. Let's see how the monthly votes are. If there's any hope of getting on the new book's monthly votes list, then you will organize another monthly vote and update event. If there's no hope, then we'll just have to ensure the quality. Let's work hard first. It's said that those who vote for the monthly votes will get rich in the new year. Asking for votes, 9-star Poison Milk, has exploded at the 10th update. Asking for monthly votes, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 139. Female Archer Star Bead, Silver Quality, Star Techniques, 1. Fangs, Sharp Teeth. Brass Quality, Upgradable, 2. Sharp Claws, Sharp Nails. Brass Quality, Upgradable, 3. Hatred. Causes your attacks to have the effects of hatred, causing the target to lose a small amount of vitality and star power and leave the target. Brass Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Although Jiang Shao already knew what abomination meant from the books, he was astonished when he saw the effects of the star technique abomination in his internal star map. The star techniques of the 3 types of creatures of other dimensions were exactly the same. Besides, they were not considered rare, which meant that Jiang Shao could upgrade the quality of the star technique. Although the effects of hatred of a female archer were not obvious, it was still rather effective when a group of female archers shot at an ape ghoul. Although the brass quality star technique could only cause the enemy to lose a small amount of vitality and star power, it was not a good star technique for the other awakened. However, it was another amazing star technique for Jiang Shao. It was because he could upgrade the quality of hatred. That was also the reason why Jiang Shao said that hatred was not bad when he was at the barbecue restaurant. Of course, from second-last perspective, and from the perspective of all the awakened, it was also true that hatred was a useless star technique. The female archer was rather interesting. All 3 of her star techniques were of brass quality, but the quality of her star bead was of silver quality. Besides, the female archer's strength was also of the silver quality, perhaps because of her physique. At this moment, Jiang Shao was still a little hesitant about the star technique, hatred. It was not that he had not discovered the power of the star technique, but rather, there are more interesting star techniques than hatred. Besides, the more interesting star techniques were also produced in the arsenal. What are you spacing out for? Have you taken a fancy to her? Xiaoyan asked as she walked towards Jiang Shao. Xiaoyan was holding the giant sword. She hung the tip of the sword on the female archer's hide skirt. She then pulled her skirt down and covered her thighs. Jiang Shao was speechless. Although her tone and actions were a little teasing, she was, in fact, concerned about Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao stood up and handed the star bead to Xiaoyan. As expected, we still need to get used to each other. The way we fought just now was pretty good. Xiaoyan grabbed the star bead with a chuckle and casually carried the sword behind her back before putting an arm around Jiang Shao's shoulder. What do you want now? Jiang Shao looked at her palm that had landed on his shoulder in disdain, seemingly having predicted her intentions. This blessing of yours is simply evil. Besides, Bell just now is very timely. Xiaopi has grown up, and I like being with you more and more. Xiaoyan giggled and exclaimed in admiration. You're such a brainless and boorish man. You like being with a nanny, don't you? Jiang Shao humphed. TSK, you little brat. Just a few words of praise, and you want to climb all over me? Xiaoyan rubbed Jiang Zhao's head forcefully and pushed him away. She then grabbed the star beads that she had just obtained and scurried towards Han Jiangxue to please her. Jiang Shao finally had a chance to size up the female archer. The corpse at his feet had a light brown complexion, and its upper body was wrapped in animal skin that should have been made of the skin of an ape ghoul. It was wrapped around the woman's upper body and seemed like a tube top. The lower half of her body was also made of the skin of an ape ghoul. After some adjustments by Xia Yin, the skirt had already been pulled up to her knees. From the perspective of human aesthetics, the female archer was extremely qualified. She had the appearance that a warrior should have. Her limbs were long and slender, and her streamlined muscles were extremely beautiful. They were wrapped under tight skin, which reminded Jiang Shao of his star pet, Second Last. As female archers who had been hunting and surviving in the arsenal for a long time, there was no doubt that they were physically talented. However, they were a little ugly. Jiang Shao turned the female archer's body over and looked at her face with a peculiar expression. My goodness, this is impressive. She's really ugly. Did you mold her face yourself when you created the character back then? Don't you know how to make the system set it randomly? Long face, thick lips, and flat nose. Her eyes were the only thing that could add to her looks, especially when her eyes were emitting a demonic purple glow that would give off a terrifying vibe that could conceal her ugly face. Jiang Shao pulled out an arrow from the quiver beside her and looked at it carefully. It was made of wood and had wings. The arrowhead in front was made of stone and was extremely sharp. It was flat and triangular in shape. Jiang Shao wanted to pry open her left hand and pick up the longbow to take a look, only to realize that she was holding onto it tightly. Even though she was already dead, she was still holding onto her weapon tightly. This hand, it was extremely rough, and there were many calluses on her palm, which should be the result of shooting arrows all year round. Although her hands were very ugly, her body talent was still there. Her fingers were very long, and her flesh-colored nails were extremely sharp. This should be the star technique, sharp claws, right? What about sharp fangs? Jiang Shao held onto the arrow and pried open her thick lips like he was inspecting a horse, only to see her uneven teeth. Her 2 canine teeth were particularly eye-catching, and the rest of her teeth were also uneven. She reckoned that they should be used to increase the damage of her bite and the tearing effect. Oh, my Xiaopi, he's indeed at the age where he's curious about the opposite sex. Xia Yan, who was sucking up to him from afar, accidentally saw Jiang Shao fiddling with the corpse and immediately had a peculiar expression on her face. Xia Yan sighed and said, I'd better go and take care of him. This child seems to be obsessed. I'm afraid that he'll be traumatized by women. I'll go and take a look. Han Jiangxue sighed deeply while Jiang Shao continued to study the female savage's corpse tirelessly. At this moment, Jiang Shao was studying the female archer's toes. Of course, they didn't wear socks, and rarely did they wear shoes. They lived barefoot, and their toenails were also flesh-colored and sharp. That made Jiang Shao secretly raise his guard. In the future, when faced with the attacks of the savages, he couldn't take it for granted that they were kicking him. It was very likely that the savages wanted to use their sharp toenails as weapons to achieve the effect of sharp claws. She's a creature of another dimension. After all, not a human, Han Jiangxue said coldly from behind Jiang Shao. I know. Jiang Shao squatted down and turned around to look at Han Jiangxue. I won't treat them as human compatriots. Don't worry. Han Jiangxue thought about it and said vaguely, their body structure is very different from that of human females. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue was like a teacher who was trying to educate her child but didn't know how to say it. She pondered for a while and said, You'll know when you're an adult and have a girlfriend. Jiang Shao scratched his head. My goodness, this is impressive. Does she have some kind of misunderstanding about my behavior? Stop studying it. The body of human females isn't like this. Han Jiangxue bent down and grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm in an attempt to help him up. She glanced at the female archer's corpse and discovered that although her clothes were torn and tattered, the parts that should be covered were covered. Hence, she felt relieved. Bewildered, Jiang Shao pushed the female archer's hand away and picked up her longbow. In the end, he still didn't respond to Han Jiangxue. He knew that he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River today. Speaking of which, the longbow was rather exquisite. It was about 5 meters long and made of extremely hardwood. Jiang Shao didn't know what it was made of, but it was light brown in color. The arms were round and hard, and the handle was wide and thick. There were even shallow marks on it, which made it very suitable for Jiang Shao to find the correct place to hold the bow. What material is the bowstring made of? Jiang Shao was a layman, and he couldn't figure it out at all. He pretended to shoot an arrow and aimed it at a tree in the distance before releasing it. Whoosh! The arrow landed crookedly in the middle of its path, and there were no new basic techniques in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. All of a sudden, a hand was placed on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and hugged him. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see Li Wei's side profile. Li Wei also lowered his head to look at Jiang Shao with a gentle smile. Li Wei said, "Xiaopi, in this era of information explosion, we're all very mature. There's everything on the internet, but those are just pictures and videos, after all. I can understand that it's your first time coming into contact with a female's body. Most importantly, we should learn, I'll learn your winter melon skin." Jiang Shao pushed his caring brother away and glared at Li Wei in exasperation. He then noticed Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan, who were whispering to each other. Li Wei should have been sent by them, right? At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly. Behind! Jiang Shao then raised his hand, and a ray of blessing appeared. Chapter 140. The two women were shocked and subconsciously looked back before retreating to the side. At the instant that the two of them retreated, a ghost darted between them and dissipated in the air before moving 5 meters away. At the instant that the ghost dissipated, it let out a shrill shriek. Silver quality star technique. Zombie spirit. That meant that there was a savage sorcerer. Jiang Shao did not have any offensive means. Hence, when he saw the ghost, he subconsciously cast the light of blessing on it, but it seemed to have no effect. Jiang Shao did not think that the dissipation of the ghost was due to his blessing. Now that he thought about it, he felt that the ghost was really terrifying and creepy. The ghost was not in the form of a human, but more like a pale ghost face. It did not have a torso or limbs, and there were long white lines behind the ghost face that looked like traces of will-o-wisps. That ghost face was sinister, its entire body a deathly pale color. Its face was distorted, and its eyes were wide open. In particular, at the instant that the ghost face dissipated, the shrill shriek was really ear-piercing and soul-stirring. Does this star technique seem to have the effect of frightening people? 2-2. Han Jiangxue exclaimed frantically. The four of them were divided into two groups with their backs facing each other while continuously moving towards their companions. "Have you found it?" Li Wei asked loudly, not caring about being a caring brother anymore. "Shut up! I'm looking," Xia Yan said angrily. Xia Yan said in exasperation, not because of Li Wei's urging, but because she almost got ambushed just now. Hence, she was furious. "Don't panic. 5 seconds have passed, and it's still calm. At least it means that there's no female archer," Jiang Shao said all of a sudden, causing the three of them to be stunned. What he said seems to make sense. The group of four kept moving closer and closer while Jiang Shao scanned the surroundings vigilantly. In the dense forest, there were flourishing vegetation everywhere. Who knew where these experienced hunters were hiding? Jiang Shao couldn't even see any movement. That was really unbearable. Bang! Just as the group of four continued to move closer, a corpse suddenly exploded. Yes, as soon as Xia Yan stepped on the palm of a female archer's corpse, the corpse that had its head split open and was in a terrible state immediately exploded. There was a bloody storm, literal meaning. Pieces of flesh and blood splattered all over the place, splattering on the two women like raindrops. However, the real lethality was the impact of the explosion of the corpse. The two women were blasted forward while feeling dizzy. Xia Yan's boots and pants on her calf were even torn apart, causing her to be badly mutilated. Putting aside the fact that Xia Yan had lost her mobility, Her injured ankle and calf had at least interfered with her movements. Jiang Shao was alarmed, and he turned around abruptly, only to see that there was a corpse in the path that he and Li Wei had retreated in. Jiang Shao hurriedly grabbed Li Wei's body and raised his hand, after which a white ray of healing light appeared in his palm. A ray of medical light dashed out and flew towards the two women. Xia Yin was dizzy from the explosion, and when she fell to the ground, she finally felt the pain in her calf. Han Jiangxue, who was at the side, was also severely injured by the explosion. The back of her shirt was slightly tattered, and she shook her head vigorously in a bid to sober herself up, only to see the corpse of the female archer a few meters away. Han Jiangxue heard Xia Yin gritting her teeth in pain, but she couldn't be bothered to care about her companion anymore. She knew what the most important task was now. Han Jiangxue's eyes narrowed, and she frantically extended her hand, after which a gust of barren wind blew the female archer's corpse away. The female archer's corpse was blown away one after another. Xia Yin let out a guttural moan that sounded like she was in pain or comfort. The ray of blessing still landed on her body in the end. While bathing in the hot spring and enjoying the warm water that enveloped her skin, she felt giddy and in a daze. Amidst her haze, she seemed to have heard the faint sound of bell ringing in the sky. When Xia Yan's eyes slowly regained clarity, the exposed skin around her torn boots and pants had already healed completely. New skin and flesh grew, and her skin was restored to its fair and rosy state. Does it hurt? I won't let you feel pain first. I'll let you feel good physically and mentally first. When you're soaking in the wonderful hot spring, your injuries will be completely healed with the crisp sound of bell. It's simply a one-stop service. Where else in the world can you find such a great healer? That's also the reason why Medical Awakened are so precious. During battles, when star power is lacking, one can absorb star beads to quickly replenish it. We can treat star beads as magic potions, but there are no life potions in this world. That's why Medical Awakened are so useful. Xia Yin moved her ankle, as if she had never been injured at all. Finally, the other party couldn't wait any longer. There were no more bloody explosions, but several menacing, ghostly faces suddenly emerged from the female archer corpses that were blown away. They roared and howled like ferocious ghosts before dashing towards the two of them. The two of them dodged left and right gracefully while continuously retreating. All of a sudden, Han Jiangxue's body froze in place. Finally, a hideous, ghostly face dashed into her body and emerged from her back. It let out a sharp and ear-piercing shriek before dissipating in midair. Shue. Feeling anxious, Xia Yin grabbed Han Jiangxue's arm and scurried away with her. At this moment, Han Jiangxue felt as if she had been drenched in cold water from head to toe. Her body and soul were trembling, and a sense of panic rose from within. Han Jiangxue tried her best to suppress the cowardly thoughts in her mind. Her teeth chattered, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. Han Jiangxue, you're not that fragile. This isn't how you should be feeling. No, this isn't how you should act. Where's your sense of responsibility? Where's your sense of responsibility? You still have it behind you. You can't retreat. However, her body seemed to be out of her control, and she realized that she was struggling and pushing Xia Yin away. She even tried to use barren wind to blow Xia Yin away. However, Xia Yin hugged Han Jiangxue desperately and refused to let go. Their bodies drew a parabola in the air and finally fell to the ground forcefully. They rolled forward for 2 to 3 meters and were finally stepped on. Han Jiangxue still did not give up struggling and seemed to have gone mad. She rolled on top of Xia Yin and shoved her hands frantically in an attempt to break free from Xia Yin's control. Xia Yin grabbed Han Jiangxue's wrists accurately. In terms of physical fitness alone, Xia Yin, a warrior, could completely suppress Han Jiangxue, a mage. Jiang Shao stepped on Han Jiangxue's back while Xia Yin, who was pinned under her body, frantically yelled, "She's crazy." "No, she's not crazy," Jiang Shao said as a ray of blessing descended from the sky and shone on Han Jiangxue's body. Han Jiangxue, who was struggling violently, stopped abruptly and lay on Xia Yan's soft chest. Xia Yan was slightly stunned because the ray of blessing had also affected her, causing her to forget to enjoy the rare opportunity. Vaguely, she heard Jiang Zhao's stern voice. Have you forgotten all the knowledge in the books? Don't disturb those whose minds are being affected by the zombie spirit. Guard them for a few seconds, and they will automatically get rid of the negative emotions. Jiang Zhao continued. If you go and pull her, you'll only make her body and mind more chaotic and add fuel to the fire. Yes, you're right. Xiaopi, my Xiaopi. Xia Yan murmured softly in a daze. Jiang Zhao leaned over and scooped up the soft and obedient Han Jiangxue. He then kicked Xia Yan's calf and said, Get up, Daddy has been really worried about you too. Huh? Han Jiangxue regained her senses and struggled to stand up. She then looked at Jiang Zhao with a pair of gloomy eyes. She was as beautiful as a flower. Daddy, Jiang Zhao said awkwardly and hurriedly changed the topic. One corpse can only summon one zombie spirit. There are no more corpses, so the situation has improved. Xia Yan had also recovered from the state of being affected by the blessing. She sat up and pointed at Jiang Zhao. I treat you like a younger brother, but you want to be my father? How can a nanny who doesn't want to be a father be a good nanny? Wait a minute. It's a little messy. I have to sort it out. Asterisk. There were 2 more updates at night, at 17 p.m. and 20 p.m. respectively. Chapter 141. Hai Tianqing's heart was in his throat, but when he saw that the team of 4 had assembled again, he finally felt relieved. He almost couldn't help but step forward to help just now. Looking at the group of children, he reckoned that they had barely gotten out of the dangerous situation just now. However, Hai Tianqing's evaluation of Jiang Zhao improved again. Be it Jiang Zhao's composure or his sorcery-like blessing, they were truly outstanding. He didn't expect blessing to destroy the corpse spirit. Hai Tianqing knew that Jiang Zhao's blessing was of silver quality, which was different from the brass quality blessing. The side effects of Jiang Zhao's silver quality blessing were indeed rather obvious. However, the side effects actually dispelled the negative effects of the corpse spirit. What does this mean? Fighting poison with poison? Hai Tianqing couldn't help but sigh at Jiang Zhao's whimsical thoughts. The most important thing was that the effects of his method were so obvious that it had become creative. Han Jiangxue was initially fine after being affected by the effects of the corpse spirit. She just had to stabilize herself. However, Xia Yan was too concerned and insisted on disturbing Han Jiangxue, which caused her to react even more violently. After a blessing, whether it was a dragon or a tiger, they all turned into cute kittens. Blessing. It was simply a divine technique of Beijiang. No, it's the sorcery of Beijiang. Hai Tianqing believed that as long as Jiang Zhao performed normally and followed the team into the National League. With Jiang Zhao's performance, the price of the white ghoul witch star bead would increase by a few times. For male and female savages, 6 male spearmen, 6 male swordsmen, and 1 savage sorcerer, Xia Yan said with a sharp gaze as she hunched her body. Li Wei suggested, It's not easy to fight them. Let's retreat. As long as the savage sorcerer was around, melee fighters like Xia Yan and Li Wei would have to be cautious. Unless the 2 melee fighters changed their fighting style and used long-range attacks, they would suffer a corpse explosion once they killed any of the savages. If they weren't careful, they would lose everything. Even if there was no corpse explosion, a corpse spirit would still disrupt the operation of the entire team. All creatures of other dimensions with the word sorcerer in their names were not to be trifled with. Their existence would make the team more dangerous. Look at the encirclement. They're driving us deeper into the forest, Xia Yan said with a frown. Let's break through the encirclement and go to the supply point, Li Wei suggested. Jiang Zhao's gaze darted back and forth between the heads that emerged from the bushes in the distance. Which one is the savage sorcerer? This group of savages all looked similar. It was easy to differentiate between white ghouls and white ghoul witches, but there was no difference between a savage and a savage wizard. Can I tell from his attire? Those in tattered clothes should be the lowest level savage men and women, right? The ones holding spears, and spears should be male spears, right? The one holding the stone knife should be a man. So the one in leather armor was the savage sorcerer? But what was up with that female savage with messy hair and also wearing leather armor? I only have 5-star techniques. I can give one to corpse explosion. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "This will be very beneficial for us to achieve good results in the Beijiang District League. Do you want to fight?" Li Wei asked worriedly. Han Jiangxue's expression changed, and she continued, "Keep a distance between us and the enemy and break out of the encirclement towards the supply point." "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao asked as he frantically dashed towards the east with the team. "That woman doesn't seem to be a low-level female savage. She seems to be a savage sorcerer," Han Jiangxue said as she waved her hands and blew the spear-wielding man in front of her away. Jiang Shao got a great shock, and while crushing the white ghoul star beads in his pocket, he looked to the left and found a female savage in leather boots among the 4 savages who were dressed in tattered clothes. Although her clothes were tattered, she was different from the other savages. She was wearing shoes. It was obviously unreliable to identify her based on the shoes she was wearing. When Jiang Shao saw the female savage barking out orders, he concluded that she should be a high-level creature. "Li Wei, resist. Don't kill her." Han Jiangxue yelled frantically. She stopped running abruptly and extended her hand to pull back forcefully. It was as if she had grabbed a rope out of thin air and pulled it over forcefully. Her movements were so large that Jiang Shao had never seen her do it before. In Jiang Zhao's line of sight, a male savage flew up from afar. He was also unarmed, but he was dressed neatly in a leather jacket and pants. When he flew up, the leather boots on his feet were revealed too. "Retreat! Retreat!" Li Wei yelled. He did not activate his shield at all and simply stomped on the ground. Silver quality star technique, Scorch. The surging flames exploded. Due to the fact that there was no need to cause death, Li Wei only needed to stall for time. Hence, he stomped on the ground and the heat waves around his body surged. The powerful impact forced the spear-wielding men to retreat. Under Xia Yan's protection, the 3 of them retreated and Han Jiangxue waved her left hand, after which layers of overlapping space quietly appeared. She stopped in her tracks too and grabbed the air again, pulling something backward forcefully. The savage sorcerer who was shrieking in mid-air accelerated for the second time and dove down like a cannonball. He then plunged into the overlapping space. Xia Yan stood in front of Han Jiangxue and covered her body with star power. She waved her sword repeatedly in front of her, blocking the heat waves from Li Wei's explosion and creating an excellent environment for Han Jiangxue to output. Jiang Shao stood behind Han Jiangxue and waved his hands continuously, causing the 2 spear-wielding men who were trying to take a detour to freeze. Their footsteps were slightly disrupted and they fell to the ground. "Hold on. Our team is enough to deal with the creatures of other dimensions in the arsenal. There's no ape ghoul king here," Han Jiangxue said while trying to calm them down. However, she saw that the spear-wielding and swordsmen who had been forced to stop by Li Wei had their feet lit up with a dark golden halo. Immediately afterwards, the dark golden halo at the feet of the savages suddenly evolved into a line that radiated outwards. The dark golden lines extended from their feet and shone with a mysterious light. It was rather beautiful. The lines that extended outwards were like the scales of a clock. One of the dark golden lines suddenly lit up and turned bright gold. Then it rotated in a clockwise direction. The next line lit up and surrounded the feet of the barbarians and their bodies. At the next moment, the spear-wielding and swordsmen seemed to have received an order and were no longer afraid of death. Instead, they struggled to withstand the violent impact of the explosion and plunged into the flames created by Li Wei. Han Jiangxue extended her left hand and flicked her 2 slender fingers upward slightly, after which a vortex suddenly appeared at the feet of the savage sorcerer. She then leaped into the air and pulled her right hand forcefully again. After doing that, Han Jiangxue yelled, "Retreat! Don't let them get close to you. Li Wei was the first to rush out of the flames of the explosion and retreat quickly. Xia Yin was covered in star power, and flames were burning all over her body. She didn't dare to touch Han Jiangxue and simply brushed past her before leading the way. The two of them were protected by the two melee fighters, and they quickly fled towards the supply point. While running, Han Jiangxue would look up at the savage sorcerer in midair from time to time. In the dense jungle, where the terrain was rather complicated, the savage sorcerer actually grabbed onto a tree trunk with both hands and managed to stabilize her body. Kacha! A gust of wind swept through, and the savage sorcerer crushed the tree branch with her powerful hands. She howled angrily, but she had no choice but to be blown towards the escaping crowd. Hang in there. Han Jiangxue suddenly stopped in her tracks and activated Sky Smasher again. Looking at the savage sorcerer that was rushing towards her, Han Jiangxue smiled victoriously. Whoosh! The savage sorcerer's shrill and miserable shrieks stopped abruptly, and her figure disappeared beside Han Jiangxue. At the same time, the time scale at the feet of all the savages disappeared quietly, followed by the dark golden halo. Screech! 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 The three index fingers pierced deeply into Li Wei's pitch-black shield, and the massive force even caused Li Wei to slide back a few steps. Han Jiangxue's orders were still clear. Retreat while fighting. Xia Yin, go help Li Wei. Xiaopi, pay attention to blessing. Xia Yin flicked her sword and turned around, brushing past Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao pulled out the long wooden sword from his back and got ready to step forward to help. Just as he was about to rush out, a hand grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Don't mess up the formation. Bless them. They'll seize the opportunity, Han Jiangxue said coldly. Up! Jiang Shao dragged the giant sword with his right hand and scratched his head with his left. I'll take care of both of them. My swordsmanship is pretty good too. Although it's a wooden sword, it's rather lethal when combined with gold-quality green glow. Han Jiangxue said softly, Guard me. Someone's watching us. Jiang Shao remained calm, but deep down, he was slightly astonished. Is there another team observing us in secret? Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. Chapter 142. Everyone fought and retreated at the same time. Xia Yin and Li Wei cooperated extremely well. His shield and her giant sword exerted great effects, and with Han Jiangxue's help, they managed to resist wave after wave of attacks. Every member of the team played a huge role, and the whole team produced a chemical reaction. Han Jiangxue blew away the savages that surrounded them time and time again, making sure that there were only 2 to 3 savages fighting Li Wei in close combat. Besides, Zhang Zhao's toxic healer had also made a great contribution. Whenever the beam of light fell, the savages would be stunned. Xia Yan's giant sword would be burning with flames and mixed with star power, and a savage would die on the spot with a swing of the sword. After a 6-minute chase, the savages' attacks gradually subsided, and Han Jiangxue acutely sensed that the group of savages had begun to think about escaping after the death of their companions. Their attacks were no longer as determined as before. Jiang Shao absorbed the last few white ghoul star beads in his pocket, and his green glow and endurance also reached gold quality level 1. 46 out of 100. The skill points for silver quality 10 kills had long been added to his internal star map. At this rate, it would be difficult to replenish his star power. Without the support of star power, it would be difficult for Jiang Shao and the team to heal their wounds. Absorbing the star beads of the female archer was also a solution, but Jiang Shao had a better solution. Give me the corpse of the savage sorceress, Jiang Shao said from behind Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue froze for a moment, and all of a sudden, many thoughts flashed through her mind. The savage sorceress star technique is not bad. Not only can it last for a long time, but it can also reduce the overall strength of the enemy. After some thought, Han Jiangxue took out the corpse of the savage sorceress and handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao pulled out the dagger from his waist. After a series of battles, He was no longer too resistant to slaughtering such humanoid creatures. The dagger pierced into the back of the savage sorcerer's head and quickly slit it open. Jiang Shao then took out a star bead from inside and threw the corpse onto the ground. In an instant, several pieces of information appeared in his mind. Ever since he learned about the savage sorcerer's star techniques from books, Jiang Shao had been drooling over them for a long time. Savage sorcerer's star bead, silver quality, star techniques. 1. Nostalgia, halo skill. Every attack of the units within the halo's range carries the effect of hatred. It also absorbs the enemy's vitality and star power to replenish itself. Silver quality, upgradable too. Dawn, nostalgia halo. Always looking forward to and chasing that trace of dawn. Silver quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? This dawn was a little interesting, just like the imprint of the bell. Once the user activated nostalgia, there would be no distinction between friend or foe within the range of the halo. All targets would have the effect of draining the opponent's star power and vitality while absorbing it to replenish themselves. However, after dawn was illuminated on certain targets, nostalgia would only favor and chase those targets that had dawn. Jiang Shao was secretly delighted. Nostalgia was simply an upgraded version of hatred. Not only did it have the effects of hatred, but it could also absorb the vitality and star power of the other party for its own use. What's more, this was a halo skill, an area of effect skill. It could be used on his own team. Similarly, if he didn't want to give it to others, Jiang Shao could just light up dawn on himself. Even if there were many people within his halo, Jiang Shao would be the only one who could enjoy the effects of nostalgia. Without a doubt, nostalgia combined with dawn would be an upgraded version of hatred that had no blind spots. The last star slot of the 4-star slots of the Stardust stage shall be yours. Jiang Shao absorbed the 2-star techniques together. The 4-star slot on the Big Dipper star map was finally lit up. When Jiang Shao was about to try the effects, he heard Xia Yin yelling in exasperation, "Hey, what are you doing? We hunted them." Along the way, there were corpses of savages strewn all over the ground. If the savages had taken them away, Xia Yin wouldn't have said anything. However, a team actually appeared in the jungle in the distance. They were wearing camouflage military uniforms, just like Jiang Zhao's team, which was clearly the uniform required for entering the training. One of them, a bald man without a camouflage hat, was squatting on the ground and skillfully cutting off the head of a savage. Upon hearing her words, the bald man turned around to look at Xia Yin, who was surrounded by savages, without responding. Han Jiangxue raised her finger gently, and the bodies of the 3 savages flew out again. However, that fulfilled the wishes of the savages. Instead of chasing after them, they turned around and fled. "I'm talking about you. Baldy, don't take our things." Xia Yin yelled in exasperation. The Baldy clearly did not expect the battle to end so quickly. Seeing that the team of 4 was glaring at him in the distance, he sneered and said, "Little brat, I don't have much star power left. I need to replenish it. Go hunt by yourself then. What's the point of stealing others' things?" Xia Yin said as she took the lead and strode forward. Seeing that something was amiss, Li Wei hurriedly chased after her. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and moved forward quickly with Jiang Shao. Upon hearing the word steal, the Baldy was obviously displeased. He was about 40 or 50 years old, and his eyes were glistening. He said, "Killing a few savages is a piece of cake for you guys." Exasperated, Xia Yin said, "A piece of cake should be what a giver should say, not a beggar." The Baldy stood up and stared at Xia Yin menacingly. He said menacingly, "Imp, are you trying to blow things up? It's just a savage star bead." Just a savage star bead? That's what a giver should say too. Are you being generous with others' money? Xia Yin stomped her feet in anger. "Little girl, you're young, but you have quite a temper," the Baldy said menacingly. "You keep calling me a giver and a beggar. Are you lacking in upbringing?" "You," Xia Yin exclaimed as she picked up her sword. All of a sudden, the 4 people opposite her also got into a defensive stance. "Why? Do you want to try? I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." The Baldy absorbed the star bead that he took out from the savage's skull right in front of the four of them. Xiaoyan was so infuriated that her chest was heaving up and down. All of a sudden, a voice sounded behind her. Finally, she received support. Xiaoyan swore. She had never liked Jiang Zhao's mouth so much. It's as if it's filled with honey, Jiang Zhao said. Baldy, you're really strict with your upbringing. Did your parents teach you to steal? The Baldy's face turned sullen after being rebuked by Jiang Zhao's words. Exasperated, he barked, Kid, are you tired of living? Who are you talking to? Jiang Zhao chuckled and said, I'm talking about you. You don't have to suspect me. Tell me your name, and I'll scold you by your name. The four people opposite him had a peculiar expression on their faces. As experienced members of society, they had been through a lot and were all experienced. They had been following the trail of the savages all the way here, but to their surprise, the savages were fighting with other human teams. The Baldy observed the situation in the dark and initially wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, he realized that the group of young people was rather competent, and they actually managed to kill the savages. The Baldy was feeling a little indignant after doing nothing for a long time. Seeing that it was another group of young people, he decided to enter the fray and snatch the star beads. He initially thought that the group of children would just suffer in silence and not dare to speak up. However, he didn't expect them to be so aggressive. Are they really going to fight head-on? Are they a bunch of hotheads? Or are they just fearless and naive? Are they really a bunch of kids who have just awakened? The Baldy suddenly burst into laughter, almost making Jiang Zhao think that he had been scolded silly. The Baldy said, You're a bunch of hotheads, after all. You guys have just experienced a battle and are covered in injuries. Your star power is extremely poor. Do you really intend to fight against us? The bald man sneered. Under everyone's gaze, he walked towards another savage's corpse, as if he really didn't care about these children. Jiang Zhao raised his hand abruptly. Silver quality, star, technique, asterisk bell. Ring, ring, ring. A flickering ray of medical light hung directly on Xiaoyan's body and shuttled back and forth among the team of four, rapidly healing their wounds. The Baldy's face stiffened, and he slowed down. Are they really that courageous? Are they really going to fight? Are they really going to throw their lives away for a few star beads? Han Jiangshu suddenly said coldly, Get ready to fight. Huff! Jiang Zhao raised his right fist. Silver quality, star, technique, asterisk, nostalgia. Within a radius of 20 meters, dark golden halos suddenly lit up under the feet of the four people. For small halos, about the size of large truck tires, appeared under each of the four people's feet. Dark golden halos surged from the outside to the inside, surging toward the inside. Jiang Zhao loosened his fist and pointed his finger in the air. Silver quality, star technique, asterisk dawn. A clock-like scale suddenly appeared in the dark golden halo beneath their feet, and the scale that was formed by the dark golden lines was glistening with a faint light. One of the scales suddenly turned bright gold and rotated clockwise. The Baldy stopped walking towards the second corpse, and his gloomy expression immediately turned sullen. Seriously injured? Extremely poor star power? The Baldy seemed to have seen two bright red words on the kid with a buzz cut. Endurance. Please remember the domain name of this book, top mobile version website. Chapter 143. If you update, there will be 2 updates a day, and the update time is stable at 17 o'clock and 20 o'clock. The updates will be updated sometime between 17 o'clock and 20 o'clock. From the looks of it, it will probably be added for many more days. Thank you to the leader of Rexx. Thank you to the leader of Capel. We are all old book friends. Thank you for your support along the way. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, Yu Hui will try his best to ensure quality and quantity, and update more than 8,000 times a day. We will see you at 17 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you, book friends, for subscribing and buying tickets. Thank you very much. 9-star Poison Healer Group and update currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 144. The atmosphere was tense, and the battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Ring, ring, ring. The crisp and melodious sound of bell suddenly sounded from the deep forest in the distance and landed on Xia Yan's body. It then shuttled back and forth among the team of four. The sudden turn of events caused both teams to stop in their tracks. Another medical awakened? Since when are medical awakens so common? What's going on? Hai Tianqing walked out and looked at everyone with a stern expression. His gaze lingered on the dark golden halo beneath Li Wei's feet for a long time. Teacher, he snatched our star beads, Xia Yan exclaimed in displeasure. Teacher? The four of them sized up the young man, who was 28 or 29 years old. Since he was called a teacher, he reckoned that he should be rather competent. The bald-headed man thought about it and turned around to leave without saying anything. The other three hurriedly followed him, and the four of them quickly disappeared into the forest. Hai Tianqing walked over and looked at Han Jiangxue with a stern expression. What does prepare for battle mean? Literally, Han Jiangxue answered calmly. Hai Tianqing said, You guys just went through a battle and are in a bad state. Are you sure this is a rational decision? Han Jiangxue stomped her feet. Although the halo beneath her feet gradually dissipated, her meaning was clear. She glanced at Hai Tianqing and said, I believe in my team. Besides, don't we have you? I'm not always around. Just because you're a level higher than ordinary people in school doesn't mean that you're the same in society. It's time to get rid of your arrogance, Hai Tianqing said in a deep voice. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, If you weren't around, I wouldn't have given such an order. We're very close to the supply point, and my signal flare isn't just for show. I can use other methods to avoid this battle. Hai Tianqing held his forehead and thought, They're rebelling. I can't control these kids anymore. You're just a year 3 student. Is it really good for you to have such a strong aura? These damned old guys, Xia Yan said angrily. Han Jiangxue gently patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, If you fall behind, you'll get beaten up. All sorts of things will happen in the dimensional space, just like what happened just now. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Is Han Jiangxue using the actual situation to teach me a lesson? Xia Yan suddenly thought of something and praised. Xiaopi, well done. Well scolded. Before Jiang Zhao could respond, Han Jiangxue held the back of his head and stared into his eyes. This is a world with a strong prey on the weak. On Earth, the country protects our personal safety to the greatest extent. Here, in any dimensional space, no one is safe. If Hai Tianqing didn't exist, Han Jiangxue said softly, they will take away one star bead, followed by the next one. In the end, they will take away all of our spoils of war, including the star beads in our heads. That's not just about the spoils of war or the star beads. It's about dignity. Han Jiangxue looked down into Jiang Zhao's eyes and said softly, You must become very, very strong. Jiang Zhao nodded gently. He really wanted to give it a try. His blessing plus Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher and Barren Wind were not to be trifled with. Li Wei, who had been silent all this while, asked, Xiaopi, is the halo under my feet a star technique that you just absorbed? Jiang Zhao said, When I was fighting with the savages just now, Han Jiangxue gave me the Savage Sorcerer Star Bead. Fortunately, I absorbed it. Li Wei was both surprised and overjoyed. He said, That's great. With the existence of the Savage Sorceress, we don't dare to confront the savages head-on. This time, our team has produced a Savage Sorceress. First of all, I'm not a savage. Jiang Zhao raised a finger and continued. Secondly, I'm not a witch. Xia Yan was in a much better mood when she heard this news. She smiled and said, Yes, you're a toxic healer. This time, you become even more toxic. You've armed the entire team like vampires and begun to absorb the enemy's vitality and star power. Li Wei said in bewilderment. That hollow halo eventually became a time scale. That's why I said that I'm very lucky to have 2 star techniques in 1 star bead. Look at my eyes. Jiang Zhao pointed at his eyes and said, Look at my eyes. Li Wei was a little dumbfounded at this moment because he was overwhelmed by the massive amount of information. He stared at Jiang Shao dumbfoundedly. Jiang Shao said seriously, "Do you think I'm very calm and collected? No, this is a damn 2-star techniques in 1-star bead. I have very few star slots to begin with, but I actually absorbed 2-star techniques from 1-star bead. My blood is boiling and my soul is jumping for joy. I'm already high in my skull, ahem." Hai Tianqing was speechless. Li Wei was speechless. Xia Yin was speechless. Although I only have 9-star slots, I managed to embed 2-star techniques in 1-star slot. Jiang Shao said pretentiously, "God is indeed fair. He closed the door for me, but opened the roof for me." Hai Tianqing watched Jiang Zhao's performance silently and thought, "You make it sound as if your bell isn't equipped with an imprint." At the thought of this, Hai Tianqing sighed and thought, "This kid is really an extreme genius. That mysterious spoon star map is rare. Perhaps he's really sensitive to medical star techniques. He actually has such an affinity with them and can actually have 2-star techniques in 1-star slot." Huh. But then again, is nostalgia considered a medical star technique? Does it absorb vitality and star power from the other party? Well, sort of. Even if it's not a medical star technique, it's definitely an auxiliary star technique. "We Chinese don't believe in God," Xia Yin said with a chuckle. Xia Yin chuckled and said, she had her own plans too. She wanted to kill a few more savage witches and obtain a few more star beads. Before the Beijiang provincial league began, she wanted to upgrade Xiaopi's nostalgia to gold quality. That would definitely increase the strength of the team greatly. Jiang Shao scratched his head and asked, "Believe what? The Jade Emperor? Gautama Buddha?" Xia Yin was clearly trying to change the topic. "I believe in Han Jiangxue." Han Jiangxue glared at Xia Yin coldly. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "What a coincidence. Your faith changes really quickly," Xia Yin said with a humph. Jiang Shao cooperated with Xia Yin and continued to change the topic. Jiang Shao seemed to be in a daze as he muttered, "Han Jiangxue, my light of life, my fire of desire, my sin, my soul." Xia Yin had a peculiar expression on her face. Since she had taken the initiative, the naughty little toxic healer couldn't hold back anymore. Han Jiangxue, the cold and aloof girl with fair skin and long legs, apart from the fact that she looked like a lowly, what else did she look like? "Collect the star beads. We'll rest at the supply point," Hai Tianqing said, interrupting Jiang Zhao's nonsense. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "Yes, let's go back and rest. With Xiaopi's good luck, I'll try to absorb the savage sorcerer star bead." Xia Yan's eyes lit up. Be it the corpse spirit or the corpse explosion, it would undoubtedly increase the strength of the team if Han Jiangxue could absorb them. Everyone began collecting the star beads, and even Hai Tianqing joined in to help. However, Han Jiangxue's gaze was fixed on Jiang Shao. She hesitated for a moment before walking towards Jiang Shao. "Did I sound too harsh just now?" "Huh." Jiang Shao was using his dagger to cut open the corpse of the savage swordsman. He turned around and looked up. "No, you're right. I've kept it in mind." Han Jiangxue bent her knees slightly and placed one hand on her knee while rubbing Jiang Zhao's head with the other. "I like your attitude of supporting your teammates, but I don't support what you did just now. We have to learn to recognize the situation." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Isn't Hai Tianqing here? I'm not saying this in hindsight. I know someone is supporting us, and it's a guardian of the night." Han Jiangxue rolled her eyes at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "I was indeed a little conceited. I always felt that my blessing, your Sky Smasher, and Baron Wind would be able to come up with some tricks. Once the problem involved Sky Smasher, the so-called victory or defeat would become a matter of life and death. No one could survive Sky Smasher." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao, whose hand were covered in blood, and seemed to have understood the hidden meaning behind his words. She asked softly, "Have you gotten used to killing people?" Jiang Shao swung his blood-covered palms and said, "For felonies such as murder, robbery, rape, and kidnapping, no matter what we do during the robbery, even if we kill him, it'll be considered justifiable self-defense." Han Jiangxue smiled, seemingly very satisfied with Jiang Zhao's extracurricular knowledge. Turns out this kid doesn't like psychology, but law? Han Jiangxue said softly. As I said just now, sometimes law doesn't prevail in this dimensional space. Ha! Jiang Xiao snapped his fingers, and the blood on his fingertips splattered on his face. He pointed at Han Jiangxue and nodded gently. He seemed to be praising Han Jiangxue for grasping the key point. Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned and then burst into laughter. A few months ago, she really couldn't imagine that the two of them would have such an exchange. She looked at Jiang Xiao emotionally and thought, he's getting stronger and stronger, and he's becoming more and more independent. He's indeed grown up. Chapter 145. I'll reward Joy the Demon Master. The halo of nostalgia was a good thing. In normal competitions, such as the semi-finals of the upcoming Beijing Provincial League, the two teams were not allowed to use star beads to restore star power when they competed against each other. Formal competitions were not as casual as the military training competition in Jiangbin High School. At this juncture, the effect of nostalgia was especially prominent. Filled with excitement, Jiang Xiao and his team walked all the way out of the deep forest and saw the Red Star flag fluttering high in the sky. It was considered a housing area with a total of more than 10 wooden houses. The guardians were all Chinese soldiers, just like the guardians of the snowfield. However, they were dressed differently. They were all wearing green military uniforms, which made them feel more at ease. After a simple negotiation with the soldiers, Hai Tianqing led a few students into a large wooden house. The structure was so simple that it was just like a military dormitory. They opened the door and entered, only to see that there were 2 rows of bunk beds, 5 on the left and 5 on the right. There weren't even any tables or chairs. Moreover, this place was spotless, clean and tidy. Such a structure. Is it really good to eat on the bed? There were no other teams in the house. Han Jiangxue took out the military backpack from Sky Smasher and threw it to Jiang Xiao, gesturing for him to prepare the food. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, she took out the savage sorcerer star bead. I'm so looking forward to it. Xia Yin clenched her fist and placed it on her chest while staring at Han Jiangxue in anticipation. Han Jiangxue glanced at Xia Yin and remained unmoved. She held the star bead in her hand, and a few seconds later, the star bead shattered and turned into starlight that flowed into Han Jiangxue's body. Jiang Xiao sat on the ground and took out a water bottle and a few bags of military rations from the military backpack. He then picked up 4 packets of beef fried rice with beans and poured the water into the heating bag. Jiang Xiao then took out a small military knife from the side pocket of the military backpack and opened a can of braised pork. As soon as he stuffed the jelly-like fat into his mouth, he heard Han Jiangxue sigh. It's all right, Jiangxue. This is only the first day. We still have more than 2 days. Xia Yin leaned towards Han Jiangxue and comforted her softly. Besides, this is our first time coming to the arsenal. The school said that we would come here for a few more times to train. Li Wei comforted too. It's normal that you can't acquire any star techniques. Don't feel regretful. Jiang Xiao stuffed a mouthful of braised pork into his mouth and suddenly felt that he was rather magnanimous. The images of the human-like corpses were still vivid in his mind, but now he could eat braised pork without a care in the world. You rascal, you only know how to eat. Don't you know how to comfort your sister? Xia Yin said in displeasure as she stared at Jiang Xiao, who was feasting on the ground. I have you, Jiang Xiao said with a smile. If there's really no other way, we can go to the Chamber of Commerce and buy some. The savage sorcerer star beads aren't very expensive, right? We've obtained a lot of star beads from swordsmen, spearmen, and female archers, but we don't dare to use those star beads to replenish our star power for fear that they'll occupy our star slots. What's the point of keeping them? Sell it. Xia Yin nodded and said thoughtfully, That's a solution. Leave it to me. Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, We'll see. We should still be able to fight our way out. Jiang Xiao looked at Xia Yin and asked, How much can a female archer star bead be sold for? Xia Yin didn't seem to know the market price of female archers' star beads either. In her opinion, places like the arsenal should be kept at a distance. She turned to look at Hai Tianqing. About 500 yuan, maybe lower. I haven't paid attention to it in a long time. Let's go back and see what the exact price is, Hai Tianqing said casually. Jiang Shao secretly thought to himself, gosh, that's really unscrupulous. How much does the entrance ticket to the arsenal cost? It's at least 6 digits, right? The star beads of the female archer and swordsman are clearly of silver quality. Yet they're sold at such a cheap price. Doesn't anyone like fangs, claws, and hatred? Oh, right. Although they were silver quality star beads, their star techniques were all of brass quality. The effects weren't great, and they could only be used as star techniques for building the foundation in the early stages. As silver quality star beads, they were a good choice to replenish star power. However, there was a limited number of star slots. Just like this team, none of them dared to use such star beads to replenish star power, for fear that a certain brass quality star technique would occupy one of their star slots. In Beijing, where green glow was the most popular, all the other brass quality basic star techniques seemed to have become spare tires. In that case, it seemed that there would be no benefit for the awakened to enter the arsenal. Only those who didn't lack money would enter the arsenal to train, right? Jiang Shao asked, how much does a savage sorceress star bead cost? Hai Tianqing thought about it and said, I'm not too sure. After all, there are silver quality star techniques in that star bead. However, nostalgia is not an outstanding star technique, so it's hard to estimate its price. You'd better ask the trading company. Jiang Shao nodded. In fact, regardless of the price, it would be difficult for Jiang Shao to purchase it given his current financial status. Xia Yin was a rich young lady. Should I give in to her? On one hand, I can turn Xia Yin against her. On the other hand, I can save Han Jiangxue from her predicament. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Shao picked up the piping hot plate of fried beef rice with beans and couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. Everyone had a delicious meal of Huaxia's military rations and slept for more than 2 hours on the bed. Although they were sleeping, all 4 of them were absorbing star power apart from Hai Tianqing. Jiang Shao also discovered to his dismay that he had really become a younger brother. Han Jiangxue, who came from the bed on the left, was like a black hole. After entering the late nebulous stage, the white flame star map that was slowly blooming was like a behemoth that devoured people, devouring the abundant star power around her. Although Li Wei, who was on the bed on the right, was not as aggressive, he was still much stronger than Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was indignant and almost used his precious skill points on the basic technique, star power abundance. 10 minutes later, he sat up helplessly, scratched his head, and finally got off the bed. Jiang Shao exited the wooden hut and sat down while leaning against the doorframe. He could finally absorb star power and peace now that he was far away from the beasts in the hut. Moreover, the sunlight here was very good. As far as the eye could see, there was a dark green forest and ocean not far away. The air was unusually fresh, making one feel relaxed and happy. 2 hours later, Xia Yin walked out first. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Jiang Shao sitting on the ground pitifully and leaning against the wall of the wooden hut, looking like he had been bullied. Xia Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, this is what you get. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly. Xia Yin squatted down and whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear, Didn't you say that you want to stay by your sister's side all the time? What are you going to do in the future? You won't even be able to absorb star power when you're by her side. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Xia Yin smirked and said with a hint of arrogance, Give up. I'll stay by your sister's side in the future. While Xia Yin stared at him in shock, Jiang Shao suddenly yelled, Xia Yin, don't kiss me. Go away. You're crazy. Xia Yin was dumbfounded. Bang! The door of the wooden hut was kicked open, and Han Jiangxue walked out with a frosty expression. She then saw Jiang Shao struggling to get up, and Xia Yin was about to pounce on him. Sister, she kissed me. Jiang Shao yelled while pointing at Xia Yin. Humans, in the end, they still ended up becoming what they hated the most. Jiang Shao finally snitched. Xia Yin pointed at Jiang Shao with a look of shock and exclaimed in exasperation. You? You? Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao and said, "Don't I know what you're like?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, Xia Yin finally felt much better, but she still said angrily, "I knew you were sensible, Jiangxue." Han Jiangxue glanced at Xia Yin coldly and said the same thing. "Don't I know what you're like?" Xia Yin scratched her head and said, Li Wei grabbed Jiang Zhao's and Xia Yan's giant swords, and as soon as he stepped out of the hut, he saw the former teacher reprimanding the students. In particular, Xia Yin and Jiang Shao looked very obedient. Li Wei fell into deep self-doubt and thought, "Is this the team that I went through so much trouble to join? Let's go." "We only have 2 days," Han Jiangxue ordered. Jiang Shao and Xia Yin answered softly at the same time. "Okay." Li Wei was speechless. Please remember the domain name of this book. Apex Mobile Version. Chapter 146. Arsenal, Northwest Route. In the deep forest, the sounds of fighting could be heard, as well as the yelling of a girl. "Left! Left! Hey, what's wrong with your head?" Xia Yin held the giant sword in her hand and pushed away the stone spear of the spearman in front of her. Due to the fact that the sword in Xia Yan's hand was too heavy, she had to go with the flow. Just as she was about to turn around and slash down with the giant sword, she saw Jiang Shao scurrying away. "Left? What left?" Jiang Shao was a little dumbfounded. "What's on the left? There's no one on the left?" "Ah, forget it." In the blink of an eye, Jiang Shao lunged forward and stabbed the spearman whose stone spear had been knocked away. The tip of the giant wooden sword was filled with green glow, and even though it was made of wood, it still sank into the spearman's chest. Don't get me wrong. If green glow only had a single strong attack effect, Jiang Zhao's sword might have been able to pierce through the spearman. However, the greater additional effect of green glow was to repel him. Hence, as soon as the wooden sword sunk into the spearman's chest, he was sent flying backward. His body seemed to be out of his control as he was sent flying with a whoosh. Bang! The spearman's body was smashed hard against a tree. Under the rich green glow, there were traces of purple light hidden in a place that no one could see. Where did the purple light come from? It came from the halo of nostalgia under Jiang Zhao's feet. The spearman's body was sent flying while the traces of star power on Jiang Zhao's sword were elongated into a line that was illusory and ethereal. It made one wonder if the misty line in front of them really existed. Along the faint line, a small amount of vitality and star power were hooked out of the spearman's body and surged towards Jiang Zhao's giant sword before entering his body. Bang! A crisp sound came from Jiang Zhao's right. Xia Yin swung her sword and blocked an arrow. She then turned around to face Jiang Shao. Seemingly exasperated, she said, "I'm not going to tell you to the left." "Left?" Xia Yin suddenly shut up because when she turned around, she realized that it was the right. Xiaopi, this nostalgia halo is really useful. Xia Yin changed the topic and chuckled. "Let's go, follow me. Although Li Wei is more useful than you, I still like to cooperate with you. It's so exciting." Behind her, Li Wei, who was at the back of the team and guarding Han Jiangxue, turned a deaf ear to everything that was happening. He was carrying his black shield and blocking the arrows that were shot at Han Jiangxue from the depths of the forest. The evolution of the formation was suggested by Jiang Shao. He said he was here to train his body. He was here to practice his saber. Actual combat was obviously a good way to improve one's skills. After communicating with her team members, Han Jiangxue agreed to Jiang Zhao's request, which led to the scene of Jiang Shao and Xia Yin clearing the way together. One man, one woman, 2 giant blades. In this first battle, although there was no chemical reaction, their coordination was not bad. Xia Yan's physique was excellent. He could always use his extraordinary reflexes and agile body to make up for the lack of coordination between the two of them. Indeed, Xia Yin had yet to get used to the melee healer beside her. Who was Li Wei? Shield warrior, iron bucket. In any dangerous situation, he would always be able to protect Xia Yan under his wings. What about Jiang Xiao? Although Jiang Zhao's skills were inferior to Xia Yan's, with the help of the terrifying green glow effect, even Xia Yan would be secretly astonished when she swung her sword. Whoosh! Xia Yan held the sword in one hand and strode forward. Facing the spearman who was kneeling on the ground, she swung her sword and beheaded him. Xia Yan picked up the head that was rolling on the ground and threw it in Han Jiangshue's direction. The two of them were less than 20 meters away from each other, and there were layers of overlapping space beside Han Jiangshue. Hence, the head disappeared in a flash. Xia Yan, who had just performed the beheading action, did not use any star techniques. Hence, the effect of nostalgia, which was penetrated by the halo beneath her feet, finally revealed itself. Xia Yan's blade was covered with a thin layer of purple light. Ever since she beheaded the spearman with the sword, thousands of faint wisps of mist connected to the spearman's headless corpse and Xia Yan's giant sword before surging into her body. Xia Yan shuddered in comfort, and her hand that was holding onto the handle of the sword trembled slightly, as if she was going to crush the handle. She then stabbed the sword into the headless corpse of the spearman. The dreamy wisps of mist immediately covered the sword and surged towards Xia Yan, who was muttering to herself. "Oh, Xiaopi, my Xiaopi." At this moment, Jiang Xiao wished he could kick Xia Yan. However, he dared not. While blocking the arrows with his sword, Jiang Xiao yelled, "Shut your mouth." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, Xia Yan wouldn't feel so comfortable. However, ever since the start of the battle, Jiang Xiao had been deliberately experimenting with his newly acquired star technique. Hence, he had been activating nostalgia. Apart from that, Jiang Xiao also activated Dawn for everyone. Unlike Imprint, Dawn did not need to touch the target's body with his hands. Jiang Xiao could simply point in the air and make the dark golden halos beneath their feet turn into dark golden lines that resembled time scales. As the lines inside the halos beneath their feet rotated clockwise, every attack of theirs was mixed with a faint purple light. If one didn't look carefully, it would indeed be difficult to notice. However, it was real. Jiang Xiao discovered that the silver quality nostalgia halo was not too bad, perhaps because the hatred effect contained in it had also been upgraded to silver quality. Hence, compared to the brass quality hatred, nostalgia allowed them to absorb more vitality and star power when attacking the enemy. For example, Xia Yan's actions now were simple and brutal. She directly stabbed the sword into the corpse that was still warm and continuously absorbed the star power and vitality that had yet to dissipate from the spearman's body. What was that saying again? While it's hot. Xia Yan felt so comfortable, but it was not because of the overflow of star power. Although her star power was constantly replenishing, she used too much star power during the battle and could not make up for it. However, her vitality was already on the verge of overflowing. During the battle, just now, Xia Yan had already been injured once. As a reckless healer, Jiang Xiao naturally had to take good care of his teammates. Blessing plus Bell healed Xia Yan completely and made her feel better physically and mentally. After Xia Yan waved her sword and attacked again and again, she, who was already in a good state, gradually became in a full state. Step by step, thousands of kilometers, small streams accumulated into a river. When the accumulation of equivalent energy was about to reach the critical point of qualitative change, at this moment, Xia Yan, every time she attacked, she felt like she was going to evolve. What would she evolve into? Jiang Xiao thought about it again and again, and for some reason, he suddenly thought of second last. Jiang Xiao shuddered and said to Xia Yan, "Stab yourself." Xia Yan leaned against the tree with one hand on the handle of the sword, looking rather lazy and enjoying herself. Staring at Jiang Xiao, who was standing in front of her with watery eyes, she murmured, "What did you say?" Jiang Xiao checked the battlefield and realized that there were only 2 female archers in the distance. Besides, Han Jiangshue had already attacked the 2 of them. Jiang Xiao immediately put away nostalgia and reached out to hold Xia Yan's hand. Xia Yan tilted her head and stared at Jiang Xiao in a daze. She looked like a beautiful, retarded girl with a curious expression. Whoosh. The last two female archers were also quickly thrown into the battlefield by Han Jiangshue's Barren Wind. In midair, the female archers continuously adjusted their center of gravity in a fluster. Even when they were flying towards Han Jiangshue, they were still shooting arrows. The combination of Han Jiangshue and Li Wei was obviously more reliable. Li Wei carried a shield and stood in front of Han Jiangshue, while Han Jiangshue activated Sky Smasher behind him leisurely. At the moment before the female archers hit Li Wei's shield, Han Jiangshue and Li Wei dodged to the right, and the two female archers plunged into Sky Smasher. Finally, this small team of 4 female archers and 4 male gunmen was defeated. They were completely annihilated. None of them survived. As the last crisis was resolved, Jiang Shao quickly rolled up Xia Yan's sleeves. When Han Jiangshue saw the two of them beside the tree, she had a peculiar expression on her face. She saw that her younger brother was holding Xia Yan's hand and rolling up her sleeves. Besides, he even took out a small military knife. What was he doing? Xia Yan, I'm doing this for your own good, Jiang Shao said with a solemn expression. Xia Yan held the handle of the knife with her left hand and leaned against the tree, allowing him to hold her right hand and straighten her arm. The breeze blew across the battlefield and blew away the messy chestnut-colored hair on her forehead. Accompanied by the faint smell of blood in the air, Xia Yan asked softly, Xiaopi, what are you doing? At the next moment, Xia Yan felt a sharp pain in her arm. Holding the knife, Jiang Shao muttered something and began carving words on Xia Yan's arm. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. Chapter 147. Jiang Shao failed. Before he could even finish carving the roasted chicken, it was kicked away by Xia Yan's beautiful and retarded actions. If Xia Yan were not a woman, Jiang Shao would have lifted her shirt and carved a few words on her back. Loyal to the nation. Although Xia Yan was not stepping on the halo of nostalgia, and Jiang Shao did not give her any blessings or bell, the wound on her arm was still slowly healing. One could imagine how full her body was at this moment. Jiang Shao finally knew what the problem was. He shouldn't have taken such good care of her and given her bell plus blessings every time she had a minor wound. At this moment, Jiang Shao only had one thing to say to Xia Yan. I'm sorry. I made you too comfortable. Through this battle, Jiang Shao estimated that the star technique nostalgia was considered a halo technique that had to be activated actively. However, it was not something that could be activated in one go. During the continuous activation of the halo, Jiang Zhao's star power was also slowly being consumed. Given the total amount of star power that Jiang Shao had when he was in the Stardust stage of level 9, his star power would be emptied in about 300 seconds at this rate. Of course, since the halo had been activated, Jiang Shao would be able to absorb star power from the enemy as long as he continued to attack. However, the amount of star power absorbed was not significant, and at Jiang Zhao's current level, he could not break even at all. If he were to do what Xia Yan did, well, he would just have to stab the sword into the corpse that was still warm and barely be able to break even. Breaking even meant that Jiang Shao could not use nostalgia to replenish his star power. Perhaps the effects of nostalgia should be better after it was upgraded to gold quality. However, after the quality of nostalgia was upgraded, it consumed more star power too. Jiang Shao had no idea what the final effect of this skill would be. However, nostalgia did not absorb star power unilaterally. It was also absorbing vitality. The scene just now was the best example. More importantly, nostalgia was also weakening the enemy's star power and vitality. Hence, from this perspective, nostalgia was rather practical. I earned 2 yuan, so that's 2 yuan. However, I snatched those 2 yuan from my competitor. When I earned 2 yuan, my competitor lost 2 yuan. Hence, the situation was completely different. Everyone collected the star beads and continued on their way. No one would use such star beads to replenish their star power. Hence, there was no such thing as self-sufficiency. Hence, those star beads would be sold and divided equally among the four of them. Jiang Shao had already absorbed the female savage sorcerer's star bead, which was considered a huge advantage. From the perspective of the team, the other three didn't have any objections, but the star beads of the spearmen and female archers had to be divided equally. Even if Xia Yin wasn't interested in the small amount of money, she still had to take it. It was up to Xia Yin to decide whether to throw the star bead away or give it away. The team's investment in Jiang Shao had also reaped tangible returns. Unlike Jiang Shao, they did not need to use star power to maintain the activation of nostalgia. All they needed to do was enjoy the thrill of the blow, as well as the consequent vitality and star power. Even for a rules awakened like Han Jiangxue, as long as she was within the range of the halo, the wisps of vitality and star power would follow the trajectory of the fireball and return to its previous owner, even if she were to throw a fireball and hit an enemy dozens of meters away. The fireball condensed in Han Jiangxue's hand and formed a faint purple mist. Of course, the vitality and star power that surged from the enemy would also follow the trajectory of the fireball. The vitality and star power that originally belonged to the enemy expressed extreme hatred towards their original owners and showed extreme attachment to the people in the halo. In the end, they returned to Han Jiangxue's arms. Jiang Shao continued to move forward with the rest of the team, and this time, Li Wei was the one beside him. Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue were walking side by side while looking at her fair and tender arm with some sadness. She carefully observed it, seemingly looking for scars. Xia Yin had already made up her mind. If Jiang Shao dared to do that again, she would press him to the ground and carve a painting of along the river during the Qingming festival on his back. Next time, let's go to the snowfield to kill more white ghoul star beads, Jiang Shao suggested while advancing. Han Jiangxue answered in distress. That's a good idea, but we lack time. Xia Yin looked at Han Jiangxue and frantically said, we can still buy white ghoul star beads. I'll go back and buy a few bags. The price of white ghoul star beads fluctuated between 500 and 800 yuan. To Jiang Shao, they were all money. Besides, did he even have to buy white ghoul star beads? Anyway, Second Last was already relying on him. Hence, he might as well make good use of her star pet. Back then, when Second Last was in the holy ground, she could not only burn the bodies of the white ghouls and white ghoul witches into ashes, but she could also leave behind star beads. How perfect was that? It was especially so when there were no foreign enemies invading. To Second Last, the holy ground was like a monster's cage that she could get whatever she wanted. The snowfield was a low-level training ground that strictly restricted high-level awakened ones from entering for training. The awakened above the galaxy stage were not allowed to enter the snowfield, and only members of the National Army like Second Last could enter. Speaking of the National Army, Jiang Shao was in a dilemma. Second Last was in the disciplinary force, and it would be difficult for her to agree to help Jiang Shao obtain star beads. Right? Jiang Zhao's blessing was still of silver quality level 1, 8 out of 10. It couldn't be helped because white ghoul witches were too rare. Sigh. It's all my fault for not knowing anything when I first arrived. I accepted the white ghoul witch star bead that Han Jiangxue gave me. I wonder when it will be upgraded to gold quality. If only he could do it all over again, Jiang Shao would still absorb it. Nonsense. Blessings were simply evil. Jiang Shao had plenty of skill points to upgrade blessing to gold quality, but Jiang Zhao's heart ached. When his star power level rose to the nebula stage, he would need 10 skill points to advance by a small level. In the galaxy stage, he would need 100 skill points to advance by a small level. The 100-odd skill points he had might seem like a lot now, but they would be used up in the blink of an eye. It would be better to keep them for future use. After all, there were 4 checkpoints for every star power level. Countless people used bloody facts to tell Jiang Shao that they were stuck at a certain small checkpoint and would never be able to advance in their entire lives. Everyone walked all the way to the northwest and slowly discovered that something was amiss. It seemed that someone had already explored this route. When they set off from the supply point, Hai Tianqing suggested that they not choose the west route, but the northwest route instead. Hai Tianqing did not say it, but everyone knew very well that their teacher did not want them to encounter the Bald Awakens team again. He also did not want the team to go to other dangerous routes. Hence, after making a compromise, they chose the northwest route. However, the northwest route had probably been cleared by other teams of Awakened. The corpses on the ground had yet to be dragged away by the savages and ape ghouls. There were still charred marks on the ground, and occasionally trees would fall. Jiang Shao also saw signs of extinguishing the fire. It seemed that the Awakened were very cultured. Are they afraid of causing a fire? Jiang Shao suddenly had a bold idea. If I set fire to the mountain, when the forest is completely engulfed by the fire, there will be star beads all over the ground, right? He had no idea if there would be star beads all over the ground, but he reckoned that Jiang Shao would probably have to spend the rest of his life in prison. While he was deep in thought, the sounds of ape ghouls could be heard coming from the deep forest in the distance. Carrying the wooden giant sword, Jiang Shao turned to look at Li Wei. It's very far away. Li Wei then turned around to look at Han Jiangxue. Judging from the sound, it should be a group of ape ghouls. Han Jiangxue raised her head slightly and listened to the continuous sounds of the ape ghouls. She frowned slightly and said, "It's probably a large group of ape ghouls. The sounds are too dense." Jiang Shao also raised his head and looked at the sky through the sparse forest leaves. Unfortunately, the scene that was often seen on television did not appear. If there were a group of birds chirping and flying around at this moment, it would probably feel better. Take a detour and go to the north. We'll only look for small groups. Xia Yin, go and clear a path with Xiaobi. Cooperate well and provide a new lineup for the team. Han Jiangxue ordered. Okay. Xia Yin pursed her lips and strode forward with a displeased expression. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Half an hour ago, you were still looking at me affectionately and loving me deeply." Xia Yin reached out and put her arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder. She then placed her elbow on his shoulder and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head forcefully. Enunciating each word, she said, "Remember what I said. I'll never fall in love with you in this lifetime." Jiang Shao grabbed her palm and muttered, "A lifetime is too long. Who knows?" Xia Yin humphed coldly and said firmly, "If I lie to you, I'll be a puppy." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Shao sighed deeply. "Do you know, in my heart, you're already a Shashiki. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile reading website. Chapter 148. For my love of books, I will reward you even more. I have an ominous premonition," Jiang Shao said softly after walking for a while. Xia Yin, who was at the side, also had a sullen expression. Indeed, they hadn't seen any creatures of other dimensions for a long time. "I think we should—" Before Jiang Shao could finish his sentence, Xia Yin stretched her hand out and shielded his chest. "Shoo!" Xia Yin gestured for Jiang Shao to keep quiet while bending her body slightly. Jiang Shao subconsciously bent down and looked around vigilantly. He seemed to have heard some tinkling sounds too. Xia Yin clenched her fists and raised them high, while Han Jiangxue and Li Wei also slowed down their footsteps. Xia Yin gestured at Jiang Shao with her finger and tiptoed forward. Under Xia Yin's lead, Jiang Shao lay on the ground and pushed aside the tall grass. He then hid behind a big tree and peeked ahead. There's actually a savage cooking? It should be water, right? If it's food, Jiang Shao should have been able to smell it before he heard the sound. He could also tell that the four of them were strong. They only realized that something was amiss when they were about to reach the other party's face. If Second Last were around, she would have long discovered the situation around them. Something's wrong. Why is there only one person? Xia Yin asked softly with a frown while staring at the savage who was boiling water in the stone pot. Did you find his companions? Jiang Shao shook his head and carefully searched the surroundings, fearing that he might have already been surrounded. However, after a long while, he still couldn't find any traces of the enemy. The male savage had a chiseled face and a braid at the back of his head. He was bare-chested and had all sorts of scars on his body, making him look extremely menacing. His figure is also horrifyingly good, and he was sweating profusely. His muscular body seemed to have been smeared with a layer of oil, and his six-pack made Jiang Shao extremely envious. The male savage was wearing a pair of bee-skin underpants and stepping barefoot on the sparse weeds in the wasteland. There was a small campfire in front of him and a stone pot on top of it. There were also a few stone bowls around him. The scene was indeed rather strange. Han Jiangxue and Li Wei also crept up quietly and carefully observed the male savage in the distance. When I go back, I'll learn a detection skill no matter what. Sight, smell, or hearing. Anyone will do, Xia Yin said softly. Han Jiangxue answered, don't be anxious. After you advance to the galaxy stage, absorb the gold quality star technique for detection. If you absorb the silver quality star technique, you'll regret it in the future. In that case, let Xiao be. Xia Yin stopped abruptly because she suddenly thought that since Jiang Shao could improve the quality of his star techniques, gold or brass quality wouldn't matter anymore. However, Xia Yin thought about it again and realized that Jiang Shao only had 9-star slots. Hence, she decided to give up on that idea. Jiang Zhao's star slots were indeed too precious, and she shouldn't waste one on the detection skill. Unless Jiang Shao was willing, she shouldn't put any pressure on him. While everyone was secretly observing, the male savage stroked his long braid and grabbed the handle of the stone pot with his emotionless hands. He poured the boiling water into the stone bowl. He placed the stone pot on the bonfire again, held the stone bowl with both hands, and turned around to walk towards the back. Everyone looked into the distance and saw that there was a natural cave on the hill behind them. Jiang Shao and Xia Yin looked at each other, but they heard Han Jiangxue say, let's go and take a look. Everyone crept up quietly and walked through the open area of the forest. They passed by the stone pot that was still boiling and steaming, and then quietly arrived at the side of the cave on the hill. Xia Yin popped her head out and looked inside, only to see darkness. Li Wei took a look and said, this narrow tunnel is very suitable for us to break through. There are at most 2 or 3 enemies in front of us. We won't get beaten up by a group. Han Jiangxue nodded and understood what Li Wei meant. She said to Xia Yin, lead the way. Xia Yin sized up the width of the tunnel and tugged at Jiang Zhao's palm. Xiaopi, follow me. I'll use the sword. You use the dagger. No problem, Jiang Shao answered while carrying the wooden sword behind his back and pulling out a sharp dagger from the side of his thigh. Compared to the brass quality Xia family swordsmanship technique that was brass quality level 6, Jiang Zhao's dagger mastery was silver quality level 0. Compared to swordsmanship, Jiang Zhao's dagger skills were much more exquisite and superior. There was a qualitative difference between silver quality and brass quality. Xia Yin crept forward. The path of the tunnel was not easy to walk in, and the ground was full of gravel. She had no idea how the savage managed to walk in barefooted. As they went deeper into the tunnel, the light gradually dimmed. Xia Yin held the giant sword on her shoulder with her right hand and reached out with her left hand, after which tiny fire snakes crawled out of her fair palm and slithered between her fingers. In the end, Xia Yin's left hand was covered in flames, bringing a ray of light to the dark tunnel. Just how long and deep was this tunnel? All of a sudden, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet vibrating slightly. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Indeed, the ground was shaking slightly. Is it an earthquake? Is the epicenter of the earthquake very far from the surface? Is that why it's trembling slightly? Damn it, there's an army passing by, Xia Yin said softly with a sullen expression. Jiang Shao asked, what? Xia Yin frantically answered, have you forgotten the scene of the white ghouls passing by in the snowfield? Jiang Shao was slightly speechless. He would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. What kind of army could make the people deep in the cave feel the ground tremble? Are we going out? Xia Yin asked as she turned around to look at Han Jiangxue. No, let's continue moving forward, Han Jiangxue said decisively. She didn't think that there would be a good outcome if they went out. In comparison, they could totally blow up the cave and block the tunnel. It would only be safe to go out after the army passed by. However, Hai Tianqing. He's so strong, and he should have discovered that something was amiss. He'll probably come in soon, right? They could turn around and flee, but at the thought of the size of the white ghouls in the snowfield, they felt that this was the safest place. Li Wei, go to the entrance of the cave and tell Hai Tianqing to come back as soon as possible. If necessary, you can blow up the tunnel and block the entrance, Han Jiangxue said. Got it. Li Wei's hand was burning with flames, lighting up the path he took when he came. He then hurriedly returned to the entrance. In the team, Xia Yin and Li Wei both had the burning flame star technique, while Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao did not have any conventional means of illumination. Han Jiangxue could condense fireballs, while Jiang Xiao could use the light of blessing to illuminate the place. However, Li Wei and Xia Yan's star techniques were more convenient. The sound of Li Wei's footsteps could be heard behind them, but the sound of footsteps could also be heard in front of them. The footsteps were very soft, but the sound of them kicking the gravel on the ground was very clear. Han Jiangxue hurriedly stepped forward and opened Sky Smasher in front of Xia Yin. She then gestured to Xia Yin with her eyes. Xia Yin understood and hurriedly extinguished the flames in her hand, after which the tunnel was plunged into darkness. The light footsteps were getting closer and closer. The three of them held their breaths and finally saw a pair of eyes that were emitting a strange purple glow. However, although the eyes were emitting light, they didn't seem to have night vision. In the pitch-black tunnel, it was as if there were only two eyes floating in the air. The scene was extremely strange. The savage held onto the wall of the tunnel with one hand and seemed to be very anxious as he strode forward quickly. All of a sudden, the pair of purple eyes that were floating in the air stopped 3 meters away from them. The pair of purple eyes emitted a strange glow and roared in their direction. In the darkness, the three of them couldn't see each other at all, and Xia Yin couldn't understand what orders Han Jiangxue was going to give, either. Hence, the tunnel remained quiet. Jiang Xiao gripped his dagger tightly, only to see that the pair of purple eyes had turned around and seemed to have turned around and fled. Wait, I'm going to put away the space, Han Jiangxue suddenly said, breaking the silence. She hurriedly put away Sky Smasher. If the team accidentally entered Sky Smasher during the chase, they would be in deep trouble. Han Jiangxue said again, chase. Xia Yan's hands burned with flames again, and she hurriedly chased after them. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar sounded behind them. The entire tunnel trembled. As the tunnel at the entrance behind them trembled, a female voice could be heard coming from the deep and long tunnel in front of them. The female voice was extremely stern. It was as if he was questioning something, but also as if he was cursing something. The voice echoed in the tunnel for a long time. For some reason, in Jiang Zhao's mind. Chapter 149. The three of them chased all the way forward, only to realize that the interior of the tunnel was well connected and they actually reached a fork. Xia Yin stopped in her tracks, and before she could say anything, the majestic female voice sounded from the tunnel on the left again. Without hesitation, Xia Yin drew her sword and dashed forward. The flames on her fist could no longer satisfy the brightness required for her pursuit. This time, she raised the huge sword diagonally, and the sword was quickly covered in flames. Jiang Xiao blinked. This person is actually using the giant sword as a torch? It's a 2-meter-long torch. Are you afraid? Han Jiangxue carefully carved a mark at the fork. When she ran out and caught up with the two of them, she discovered that Xia Yin and Jiang Xiao had already encountered the savages. Although they were savages, they were actually just two savages. There didn't seem to be any place to rest in the cave. When Xia Yin and Jiang Xiao encountered the other party, they were in a slightly spacious tunnel. The left wall of the tunnel was slightly sunken, forming a natural room that was covered with weeds. The small sunken area was about the size of a double bed. Are the two of them living here? Roar! The male barbarian roared furiously. He stood in front of the double bed, blocking the way for the double bed. Behind the male savage, There was a female savage who was standing on the weeds and yelling at Jiang Shao and Xia Yin. "They're social animals. Pay attention to your right," Han Jiangxue said frantically as she scurried over from the left. Compared to the male barbarian, Xia Yin was also ready to fight back. Holding the giant's sword, Xia Yin stood in front of the two of them and said hesitantly, "There seems to be only the two of them here." Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows in bewilderment. Jiang Shao thought about it for a while before extending his hand to the right of the tunnel and releasing a ray of medical light. Han Jiangxue froze for a moment and wondered what's going on. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Shao listened attentively, but he didn't hear any sound of bell for a long time. He turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, "There really seems to be no one." Xia Yin looked at Jiang Shao in surprise. She had never thought that bell could be used that way. Is this the so-called creativity? Brother, how many more surprises are you going to give me? Look in front, don't look at me, Jiang Shao said frantically. Oh. Xia Yin snapped back to her senses and looked at the couple who were still roaring. How annoying. Shall I stab them to death? It's perfect for wearing Tonghalu. The female savage stepped on the double bed, while the male savage blocked the door. The space inside was extremely small, and Xia Yan's attack would indeed be able to skewer him. Did they elope? Jiang Shao asked curiously. Xia Yan was amused by his words. She smiled and said, "That might be true." The female savage on the other side saw that the enemies were chatting and laughing, and were indifferent to her own roars. She finally stopped yelling and raised her hands up high. A dark golden halo appeared beneath everyone's feet. This is the nostalgia halo? This disheveled female savage turned out to be a savage witch? Jiang Shao was stunned. Oh my God! Anyone with the word witch in their name was a figure who could summon the wind and summon the rain in their respective groups. This savage which can totally recruit a group of underlings and become the leader of clan. Why is she so miserable? She doesn't even have any decent leather armor, and she only has one underling? Wait a minute. Isn't this male savage her underling? Is he her lover? Oh my God, he's amazing. Did the two of them really elope? Asterisk and %yen hashtag. The savage witch yelled. At the same time, the male savage got into a fighting stance and revealed his sharp nails and fangs. A dark golden time scale appeared in the dark golden halo beneath his feet. Nostalgia plus dawn. Jiang Shao nodded and thought, "You're using your star technique well, but you're a savage witch. The more underlings you have, the more powerful you will be. A savage of the lowest level wouldn't even be able to withstand Xia Yan's attacks. Savage. He was a brass quality creature of the lowest level. He only had fangs and claws. He could clearly use weapons, but as a savage of the lowest level, he seemed to trust his fangs and claws more. Hence, he didn't have the inclination to use weapons. Come to think of it, you're a savage which who can summon wind and rain. How did you fall for a male savage of the lowest level? This male savage, yeah, he's indeed a little handsome. His figure, TSK to SK, just as Jiang Shao was criticizing the male savage, the other party launched an attack. The male savage roared and grabbed Xia Yan with his claws. Asterisk screech. Asterisk Xia Yan raised her hand and stabbed. But in the narrow space, it was difficult for the huge and thick blade to stab the sword in a crooked direction. The thunder was loud, but the raindrops were small. The male savage was pierced by Xia Yan's giant blade, just like that. Xia Yan felt like she was a master selling candied fruits. She held a bamboo stick in her hand and shouted at the hawthorn on the table, "Move by yourself." Then, Hawthorne happily agreed and hopped in the bamboo stick by itself. There were pros and cons to suppressing one's level. The savage which was giving orders high and mighty, while the male savage charged forward loyally. However, how could he charge forward when faced with Xia Yan's giant blade? The male savage had no choice but to strangle himself to death. The savage which immediately flew into a rage, and the halo of nostalgia beneath her feet became even more intense. The time scale began to rotate clockwise even faster. However, it didn't seem to work. Her star techniques were all auxiliary, and she didn't have any offensive star techniques. At this moment, she was blocked by Xia Yan at the door, and there were no underlings around her. Hence, it was a tragedy. She turned her body sideways and tried to break out of the encirclement by sticking close to the burning giant blade. However, Xia Yan was not a fool. She retracted her sword and stabbed forward. Two basic moves that couldn't be any more basic had skewered the furious and roaring savage witch on the burning giant blade. She died just like that? Are these two savages here to be funny? Did a high-level savage witch die just like that? Xia Yan retracted her sword and stepped on the male savage's corpse to pull the two of them down from the skewer. Off the sword. Until now, Xia Yan had yet to react, and she wondered what exactly happened. The sound of dense footsteps came from the left, and Han Jiangxue looked over, only to see that Li Wei's hand was burning with flames, while Hai Tianqing followed behind him. They had finally rushed back. The entrance was destroyed by me and Teacher Hai. There was a group of savages fleeing outside, and there was also a group of ape ghouls chasing after us. It was really thrilling. Li Wei panted heavily as he explained. Han Jiangxue nodded silently. Fortunately, they had entered the cave. Otherwise, no one would have survived after experiencing the white ghouls in the snowfield again. Hai Tianqing. Xia Yan suddenly turned to look at Hai Tianqing with a bewildered expression. She's the highest commander of the savages, the savage witch. Why is there only one clansman beside her? Hai Tianqing's chest rose and fell slightly, and he could tell that his stamina was much better than Li Wei's. He tilted his head and looked at the two corpses at Xia Yan's feet. Are you sure this is a savage sorceress? Of course, she cast nostalgia just now, Xia Yan said with absolute certainty. Every star bead should have been obtained with great difficulty for her, but the battle just now was a little too easy for her. She just used a bamboo stick to skewer the beads. Hai Tianqing frowned and pondered deeply before guessing. It's also possible that she was exiled by a certain group. If there are two savage witches in a group, there will be a change of leaders. They're not humans, and the way they solve problems is bloody and violent. Of course, even in human society, there are also situations where two tigers cannot coexist. Xia Yan nodded and continued. However, this male savage is at the bottom of the hierarchy and won't be separated from the group. He doesn't have the right or ability to do so. Jiang Shao asked weakly. Did Ah Chong fall in love with Ah Zhen? Hai Tianqing was speechless. Jiang Shao strode into the single room and rummaged through the weeds on the ground, only to be greeted with a pungent smell. Jiang Shao did not find any treasures and only saw a few stone bowls. There were still water stains on some of the stone bowls. He reckoned that they had just been knocked over and the hot water had flowed out. There were traces of blood in some of the stone bowls, and some cooked meat could be found in the grass. Jiang Shao wasn't sure if it was the meat of the ape ghouls or the savages. In short, it was disgusting. Jiang Shao walked out and had an idea. He said, there seems to be a lot of forks in this tunnel. Let's continue searching. Maybe this place is like a couple's hotel? Xia Yan looked at Jiang Shao in exasperation and amusement. Do you think there are similar single rooms here? Jiang Shao nodded vigorously and said righteously, yes, we'll skewer couples. Li Wei subconsciously took a step back. Chapter 150. More updates for Taiyi's reward. In line with the concept of string hunt, Jiang Shao and Xia Yan took the lead and searched for possible prey in the tunnel. To their disappointment, it seemed to be the place where the savage couple had their rendezvous, and there were no other savages stationed there. In the process of searching, they roughly figured out that there were a total of 4 exits in the tunnel, and the intense roars were getting further and further away. Everyone secretly rejoiced that they had hidden in the tunnel. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After stopping for a while, they walked out of the cave again. Finally, everyone felt the sunlight shining on the ground. Xia Yan waved her hand, and the flames in her hand extinguished. From afar, everyone could still hear the roars of the beasts, and it seemed that the battlefield was not too far away. Hai Tianqing comforted, there shouldn't be such a huge racial war during the provincial league. The experts of the various teams in the province have already entered the examination venue and have begun to modify it. You guys don't have to worry. However, the children did not seem to be frightened. Xia Yin suggested, let's go and take a look. Is the sound coming from there? Han Jiangxue pondered for a while before nodding and saying, be careful. Let's go and take a look. We might be able to pick up a lot of corpses that have yet to be disposed of. Hai Tianqing was speechless. Under Han Jiangxue's command, everyone quickly advanced in a 2-1-1 formation. The deep forest was terrifyingly quiet, and it was unknown if the monsters that originally lived there had been summoned by the leader to join the battle. Or perhaps the monsters that lived there had fled far away. In short, the team had a smooth journey as they followed the direction of the sound and climbed all the way to the top of the mountain. When they arrived at the top of a hill, they finally smelled a faint smell of blood and heard the sounds of fighting that were gradually becoming clearer. Oh my God! Xia Yin subconsciously squatted down, and after doing so, she even laid down and hid behind a boulder while quietly looking into the distance. There was a small canyon below, which was a special scenic spot in the dark green forest. There was a dark brown boulder in the middle of the canyon that seemed to be supporting the sky. Around the boulder was a river that flowed rapidly from west to east. Even though the river was flowing very fast, the originally clear water was still dyed red. Sticky blood filled the river, and there were also large numbers of floating corpses lying limply in the river. The terrain of the canyon seemed to interfere with the footsteps of the fleeing army, and the pursuing army also met up with their prey here. Finally, the two armies began a fierce battle. The pursuers were, of course, the strong ape ghouls. On the other hand, the fleeing army was the savages. Although the savages outnumbered the ape ghouls by a lot, they were still being chased and killed. Jiang Shao lay down and slowly crawled to Xia Yan's side. He craned his neck to look down and couldn't help but be astonished. Jiang Shao initially thought that the thousands of white ghouls in the snowfield were shocking enough, but the scene in front of him was unforgettable. Although the number of monsters here did not reach tens of thousands, there were still hundreds of them. At a glance, there was a group of ape ghouls that were flying in the sky and tearing the savages apart, as well as a group of organized and struggling savages. Among the nearly 100 ape ghouls, at least half had already entered a berserk state and activated the star technique brutality. The hundreds of barbarians did not just sit there and wait for their deaths. All sorts of men with swords and spears formed teams and resisted at the front lines. The female archers in the back knocked their bows and fired arrows. Arrows rained down like a rain of arrows, carrying with them spots of purple light. The most special people in the middle of the savages were the savage sorcerer and savage sorceress. The savage sorceress roared maniacally, and the savages stepped on the dark golden halos beneath their feet. The time scale rotated rapidly, giving the savages the halo of nostalgia. The savage sorceress was even more impressive. This is the correct way to use the corpse explosion, Xia Yin murmured. Jiang Shao also saw an extremely gory scene. An ape ghoul was already in a frenzied state, allowing countless arrows and weapons to pierce its thick fur. It grabbed the body of a swordsman and twisted his head off with its large, powerful hands. That was not all. The crazy killing and the strong smell of blood stimulated the nerves of the ape ghoul. Even though it was still being attacked by the savages, it did not seem to feel any pain at all. It grabbed the headless corpse in its hand, opened its bloody mouth, and viciously bit down. The savage sorceress roared furiously. Bang! The corpses in front of the ape ghouls and in their mouths suddenly exploded. The ape ghouls, which had thick skin and flesh, were blasted away. A group of male spears swarmed forward and pierced the ape ghouls' bodies with their stone spears and corpse spears. Another gigantic creature descended from the sky, its broad shoulders waving its thick arms. The moment it landed on the ground, it smashed two savages into meat paste. The ideal formation would always be for the spearmen and swordsmen to be at the front, while the male and female savage sorcerers would be protected in the middle. The female archer would then attack from the back. However, in the average-sized canyon, there was no longer a clear distinction between the front and the back. The ape ghouls flew in the sky and burrowed into the ground, turning everything around them upside down. Before they were completely subdued by the savages, they would always be able to cause heavy casualties to the savages. That was also the most terrifying thing. The ape ghouls were not afraid of death. "Lie down and hide well," Han Jiangxue ordered from the top of the mountain. Everyone looked at Han Jiangxue, for they all knew that they should not participate in such a battle. If the team were the ones trapped in the canyon at this moment, death would be the only thing that awaited them. There was no such thing as a 9 out of 10 chance of death and 1 chance of survival. This was absolutely certain death. Han Jiangxue extended a finger and swiped it in the air, after which layers of overlapping space doors appeared in front of her. Jiangxue, Xia Yan's eyes glistened, but she was interrupted abruptly. "Shut up and hide. Don't show your head," Han Jiangxue said softly while lying in the weeds and hiding behind a giant tree. She then poked her head out and reached out to look at the battlefield that was filled with blood. In the chaotic battlefield, a savage wizard suddenly stirred up a strong gust of wind under his feet, and his body soared into the sky. Bang! The savage sorcerer screamed in panic. Before he could fly for more than 3 meters, he was slapped down by a huge figure. The ape ghoul smashed the savage sorcerer's head, and his heavy body landed heavily on the ground. He was surrounded by a group of spearmen. Roar! The ape ghoul roared into the sky, seemingly having activated the star technique brutality. Han Jiangxue was not discouraged. The canyon below was already filled with corpses and chaos. Amidst the intense close combat, the strange scene just now did not cause much of a stir. After locking onto her target, Han Jiangxue extended her right hand and hooked her slender index finger slightly. This time, it was a corpse with the upper half of its body submerged in the river of blood. It was obvious that she was a woman. She didn't have a bow in her hand or a quiver on her back. Is she a female savage of the lowest level? However, she was wearing leather armor and leather boots. The corpse dripped with blood in the air and flew up the cliff shakily. It drew a parabola in the air and finally landed on the left side of Xia Yan. However, the inertia was great. Although the corpse had landed on the ground, it was still rolling into the distance. "Go and see if there are any star beads," Han Jiangxue said. Xia Yan pursed her lips and had no idea what was going on at all. Under Han Jiangxue's orders, she did not look at the battlefield below. However, she suddenly heard the sound of a heavy object landing on the ground. She turned around and saw the corpse rolling in the distance. Xia Yan placed her hands on the ground and was about to get up. She then heard Han Jiangxue's voice. "Crawl over." Xia Yan scratched her chestnut-colored hair in distress and stared at Han Jiangxue's cold and serious side profile. In the end, she still crawled over. Han Jiangxue turned a deaf ear to all of this and continued to search for her prey. In the canyon below, a savage sorceress with her arms raised high suddenly flew up. As the halos under the feet of the swordsmen and spearmen disappeared quietly, her panicked screams attracted the attention of the small battle team around her. However, they were drowned out by the chaos and roars of the battlefield. The savage sorceress, who was struggling violently, swayed in the air and shrieked angrily before plunging into Sky Smasher, according to the trajectory that Han Jiangxue had set. At the side, Jiang Shao said, "Seize the opportunity to catch a few more sorcerers." "Okay." Han Jiangxue stared intently at the battlefield and searched carefully. Hai Tianqing advised, "Han Jiangxue, you can steal a few, but be careful. Don't put the lives of the team at risk." Han Jiangxue said, "Li Wei, go back with teacher Hai and blow up all the entrances of the tunnel. Leave one entrance and make arrangements. When the situation becomes one-sided, the 3 of us will rush back to the tunnel quickly. I hope that after the 3 of us enter the tunnel, The only entrance can be blocked immediately. Got it, Li Wei answered immediately without standing up. Instead of standing up, he crawled down. Hai Tianqing was dumbfounded. I'm your mentor. Are you going to be included in the team and commanded just like that? Girl, are you trying to rebel? Another corpse fell from the sky, but it wasn't thrown into Sky Smasher. She reckoned that it should be a dead corpse. Han Jiangxue said, Xiaopi, go and take a look. While speaking, Han Jiangxue turned a glance at Hai Tianqing and said, although there are no monsters on the way, there will inevitably be some who slip through. There's no harm in being careful. Protect Li Wei. While speaking, Han Jiangxue pulled the dead savage sorceress out of Sky Smasher and looked at the sea of blood and corpses in the canyon below. Teacher Hai, hurry up, Li Wei urged while suppressing his voice. Hai Tianqing pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and hesitated for a moment. Jiang Shao didn't know what Hai Tianqing was thinking, but he saw that Hai Tianqing was slowly crawling towards Li Wei. Hai Tianqing, you're our teacher. You used to be a member of the Guardians of the Night. You're so obedient. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. Chapter 151. We're rich, Shue. Without anyone else around, Xia Yin became even more presumptuous. There are so many savage sorceress star beads. Xiaopi's star technique can be upgraded. Han Jiangxue looked at the canyon below and answered calmly, star beads won't do. He still needs to go through a lot of training. Xia Yin was extremely optimistic. She said, this halo is so easy to train. Let's turn it on every day. Jiang Shao harvested the star beads in the head of the savage sorceress and thought to himself, actually, I really only need star beads. In the beginning, Jiang Shao gave the two of them an excuse that they had similar star beads and that they had undergone extensive training for that star technique. Han Jiangxue really cared about him and remembered every detail that he said clearly. The star technique brutality is indeed very powerful. The ape ghouls are crazy. I'm going to catch a few savage sorcerers. It's not safe with the corpses around us, Han Jiangxue ordered. Sure, Jiang Shao replied readily. It felt great to be able to eat meat and drink soup with the Almighty. If it wasn't really a vegetable, who would be willing to be a dog that could be taken advantage of? Jiang Shao pushed the two corpses down the mountain, while Xia Yin did the same. The two of them met up, and Xia Yin handed two bloodstained star beads to Jiang Shao. Just like how Jiang Shao and Jiang Shao handed the Galaxy Stage Mercenary Star Bead to Xia Yin. Without hesitation, when she broke through, Xia Yin did not hesitate at all now either. It was as if all of this was only natural. No matter how much the two of them bickered and fought, no matter how chaotic they were. However, when it came to serious matters, the two of them were never careless. As a female corpse fell to the ground, Han Jiangxue said, the last one, we're not in a good situation now. Together with the corpse in front of him, the two witch star beads that Jiang Shao had just harvested, the two witch star beads given by Xia Yin, and the one witch star bead that he had strung together in the tunnel, Jiang Shao now had 6 savage sorcerer star beads. Can upgrade nostalgia to silver quality, 7 out of 10. The gold quality nostalgia halo seemed to be not far away. Han Jiangxue, I praise you. However, the large-scale life-and-death battle between the two species made Jiang Shao a lot of money. In just a few seconds, a male corpse fell to the ground. Roar! Roar! A series of roars of ape ghouls could be heard from the deep mountains in the distance. With a sullen expression, Han Jiangxue saw a group of ape ghouls swinging their branches in the deep forest and leaping to the edge of the cliff. They then looked down at the canyon where blood flowed like a river and pounded their chests while roaring. Like dumplings, the ape ghouls howled crazily and leaped down the cliff. Hurry up, let's go, Han Jiangxue said sternly, her star power seemingly depleted. Next time, he would probably have to bring more white ghoul star beads to replenish his star power. Although they had a bag of star beads, most of them could not be absorbed. As another savage sorcerer fell into Sky Smasher, Han Jiangxue quickly rolled down and said, let's go, let's go. Xiaoyan hurriedly got up. Han Jiangxue rolled down a few meters and stabilized her body before getting up too. However, her body was a little wobbly after she squatted down. She had no idea if it was because she had exhausted too much star power. Jiang Shao harvested the star bead of the savage sorcerer's corpse and wanted to cast a blessing on Han Jiangxue, but the beam of light was too eye-catching. Jiang Shao had no idea if the situation on his side had been exposed. Even if it was, Jiang Shao didn't want a group of creatures of other dimensions to find him through the beam of light. He put the blood-stained star bead into his pocket and pulled out the giant sword on his back. He then squatted down and ran forward to hand the savage sorcerer's star bead to Han Jiangxue before squatting down with his back facing her. Jiang Shao said, "Come up, hero." Han Jiangxue looked at his back that was not considered broad and thick, and a rare smile appeared on her face. She leaned forward and wrapped her arms around Jiang Zhao's neck. In front of her, Xiaoyan turned around and was displeased to see the affectionate scene between the siblings again. She was extremely vexed and slapped her forehead. Why didn't I seize such a good opportunity to take advantage of her? However, as Jiang Shao carried Han Jiangxue on his back and walked away, Xiaoyan knew that her opportunity had come. Xiaoyan said, "Let me carry your sister. Look at her feet. They're almost touching the ground." Jiang Shao was speechless. He had grown a few centimeters taller during this period of time and was now 174 centimeters tall, but Han Jiangxue, indeed, if Jiang Shao straightened his body, Han Jiangxue's feet would be touching the ground. However, Han Jiangxue didn't seem to have any intention to bend her legs and wrap her arms around his waist. Instead, she simply lifted her calves slightly. Xiaoyan chuckled and quickly turned back. "Let me do it. Hurry and put her down. I can walk on my own." Han Jiangxue struggled to get off Jiang Zhao's body and patted his shoulder. She had already gotten what she wanted. Jiang Zhao's thoughtfulness made her very happy. However, under Jiang Zhao's dumbfounded gaze, Xiaoyan quickly stepped forward and hugged Han Jiangxue's back with a simple yet violent movement. She then put her other hand under her legs and carried Han Jiangxue horizontally like a princess carry. Han Jiangxue was shocked, and her face turned slightly red. She then struggled violently and said, "Xiaoyan, stop fooling around. Don't waste any more time." Xiaoyan seized the opportunity and refused to let go. She said to Jiang Shao, "Don't just stand there, let's go." Xiaoyan then scurried out with Han Jiangxue in her arms. During the bumps, Han Jiangxue was a little shy and turned her head to rest her face on Xiaoyan's chest. It was warm and comfortable, and it seemed to have some shock-absorbing effects. Jiang Shao stared at the husky that was running away with a meat bun in its mouth. He couldn't help but holler in his heart, "Bastard! Why didn't I think of carrying her? Why? I'm so stupid. My heart aches so much. Am I a pig?" "Xiaoyan, you're indeed a formidable opponent." The three of them quickly returned the way they came, and it was still peaceful along the way. However, Han Jiangxue knew that with the addition of the ape ghouls, the battle would soon end. If they continued to stay on a mountain, they would easily be hunted down by the ape ghouls. The three of them soon returned to the entrance of the cave tunnel, where Hai Tianqing and Li Wei were indeed waiting. The surroundings of the entrance had already been filled with stones. Seeing that Xiaoyan had rushed in with Han Jiangxue in her arms, Li Wei reported, "We've already blocked the remaining two entrances. This is the only entrance." Han Jiangxue struggled and finally landed on the ground. She then gestured to Jiang Shao, who had just arrived, to help Li Wei move the stones and block the entrance. She said, "If nothing goes wrong, we should be resting here for a few days." "A few days?" Xiaoyan asked with raised eyebrows. She then raised her blood-stained palm that was burning with raging flames. As the entrance of the tunnel was blocked, the flames in Xiaoyan's hand became the only source of light. "Yes, we have to at least wait for the ape ghouls to leave this area before we set off," Han Jiangxue said with a nod. Li Wei sat down, and a flame appeared in his hand. He asked, "Did the ape ghouls win? I saw the numbers just now, and the savages seem to have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers." "The ape ghouls have joined us. The rations in the military backpack are enough for us to eat for a few days. Let's take a break first before going out to check out the situation, Han Jiangxue said casually. Ah, Jiangxue, the ground is cold. Let's go to that single room. Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Shao and continued. Go and help your sister tidy up the double bed. The straw mattress. She's exhausted and needs to rest. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Xiaoyan chuckled and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Hurry and go. Your sister has been working too hard for you. She was right. Jiang Shao was more than willing to tidy up the bed for Han Jiangxue. However, the double bed, it seemed that two people could sleep in it. If Han Jiangxue were to move in, Xia Yin would be the only one who would be able to sleep beside her. Damn it, Xia Yin is still expanding her advantage. She's actually taking advantage of the situation. My goodness, she's amazing. Hurry and go. What are you spacing out for? Xia Yin asked. It's too dark. I can't see, Jiang Shao answered while scratching his head. Oh, let's go. I'll go with you. Xia Yin seemed to want to be the supervisor, but she also seemed to be enjoying the thrill of victory. She held the flame in one hand and put her arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder with the other before walking towards the interior of the tunnel. Brother, be good to make the bed for us, Xia Yin chuckled while walking. Xia Yin, one day, I'll straighten you up, Jiang Shao said calmly. Xia Yin chuckled and said, hee, dream on. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, all right, everything is possible in dreams. Can I hug you and fall asleep together? Xia Yin was speechless. Jiang Shao asked, why don't the three of us squeeze together? Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. Chapter 152. Sigh. Han Jiangxue sighed in the dark tunnel. In the darkness, Xia Yin, who was sitting on the straw bed, said softly, Xue, don't be sad. It's inevitable that you can't absorb the star techniques. No one can absorb 100% of the star techniques and the star beads. Don't be too bothered. The two savage sorcerer star beads were not exchanged for a single star technique. At this moment, there were still only 5 star techniques on Han Jiangxue's star map. Okay, Han Jiangxue answered calmly in the darkness. She was not that sad, but rather a little disappointed because she did not show the aptitude and potential that she should have. Jiang Shao was sitting and leaning against the door of the straw bed. Having just absorbed the 2 savage sorcerer star beads, Nostalgia and Dawn had both reached silver quality level 3. Jiang Shao still had 4 savage sorcerer star beads in his hand, but he did not use too much star power during the sneak attack just now. At this moment, his star power was already full, and he planned to save it for the next battle. Jiang Shao comforted her in another way. Maybe you're accumulating your luck. Didn't Uncle Xia give you a gold quality blue crown star bead previously? When we go back, find that star bead and absorb it. You might be able to obtain 2 star techniques in 1 star bead. Xia Yin smiled and said, haha, Xiaopi makes sense. What sense? Jiang Shao pursed his lips in disdain. What era are we in now? Do people still believe in accumulating luck? Everyone has changed to repost koi now. Jiang Shao continued. Let's be serious. Although Han Jiangxue is generally referred to as a Rules Awakened, there should be many branches within the Rules Awakened. Han Jiangxue asked, huh? Jiang Shao thought about it and said, the Savage Sorcerer's star techniques, Corpse Spirit and Corpse Explosion, are clearly closer to the Necromancer faction. Han Jiangxue's star map is White Flames. Slightly stunned, Xia Yin asked, do you think Han Jiangxue is a Fire Awakened? Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders, but unfortunately, they could only hear his voice in the darkness. Who knows? I just feel that it should be easier for her to absorb the Fire Star technique, right? Xia Yin nodded thoughtfully and said, interesting. The bursting flames used by Xue is much more damaging and faster than the bursting flames of the Awakened of the same level. In the distance, Hai Tianqing, who was leaning against the wall, had a complicated expression on his face. He sighed silently and thought, The topic that this group of children is discussing is also the topic that the Chinese Star Warriors have been trying to verify for a long time. Jiang Shao said, "Little Jiang Xue is a goddess with 30 star slots and is extremely talented. Logically speaking, she should have succeeded in absorbing such a silver quality star technique a long time ago. However, she has already absorbed a total of 3 savage sorcerer star beads, but all of them failed. I think that perhaps her star map and body are fundamentally resistant to the star techniques of the necromancer faction. She has green glow and endurance," Xia Yin said with a sneer. "That's a warrior's star technique." Jiang Shao had been making wild guesses all along, but he didn't give in. Instead, he forcefully explained, "That's why people of the same trade are enemies." Xia Yin said calmly, "It's not the necromancer's turn. The enemies should be the water and ice element, right?" Jiang Shao said helplessly, "I'm not talking about fire and water. I'm talking about orthodoxy and heresy." Xia Yin sneered and said, "Who said that elementalists are orthodoxy? Who told you that necromancers are heretics?" Jiang Shao was trying to find excuses for Han Jiangxue to make her feel better. However, he ended up encountering Xia Yin, who was a contrarian. Jiang Shao said helplessly, "You're such a contrarian." Xia Yin said in exasperation, "You're such a weakling." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "So be it. Why did you add the word weakling?" "Enough, you two." Han Jiangxue stopped the 2 kindergartners. "Rest." Before Han Jiangxue even finished speaking, she heard a loud rumbling sound coming from the tunnel. Everyone was shocked and wondered, what's going on? They've only rested for less than 20 minutes, and they've already caught up? That's impossible. This place is extremely well hidden, and all 4 entrances have been blown up. No one can come in at all. However, the rumbling sound just now was clearly the sound of the tunnel being blown up. Immediately afterwards, the shouts of humans and the roars of the ape ghouls could be heard, echoing in the tunnel in all directions. It was extremely ear-piercing. "There's someone here." Xia Yin stretched out her left hand, and her palm was burning with flames that finally lit up the surroundings. At this moment, she was sitting on the straw mattress in the small room with her legs curled up while Han Jiangxue was seated cross-legged beside her. Due to the fact that Han Jiangxue was in a bad mood, Xia Yin didn't dare to pounce on her and play around. Jiang Shao was seated at the door of the small room, looking just like an old guard. At the same time, there was also a ray of light on Jiang Zhao's right side. Li Wei, who had been silently absorbing star power, had his right hand burning with flames. Not far away from Jiang Shao was Hai Tianqing, who seemed to be on high alert. "Not only are there people, but there are also ape ghouls that have rushed in," Li Wei said frantically. "Don't be so nervous. This tunnel only allows 2 or 3 people to pass through it side by side. According to the size of the ape ghouls, we can only face 1 ape ghoul at a time in this terrain." Li Wei nodded thoughtfully. Han Jiangxue's words did give everyone a boost in confidence. They had all seen the scene of corpses strewn all over the bloody canyon. Of course, they knew what would happen if they were besieged by the ape ghouls. However, what made Hai Tianqing a little bewildered was the fact that everyone was thinking about the safety of the team and talking about the ape ghouls. None of them cared about the shouts of the humans at all. As a former guardian of the night, Hai Tianqing had always maintained special feelings for humans, even though he had been through a lot of bloodshed. The team of 4 in front of him seemed to be a little too cold-blooded, at least for students like them. People always said that the leader of a team would determine the temperament of the team. Undoubtedly, the 4 members of the team had different personalities. However, when he looked at them as a whole, Hai Tianqing saw more of Han Jiangxue's personality traits. Li Wei, hold the shield at the front, and Xia Yin at the back. Everyone else, follow up. Let's go to the intersection in front, Han Jiangxue ordered. Is that a good decision? Under such circumstances, they could either choose to turn around and run away to break through the sealed tunnel at the back, or they could choose to face the ape ghouls head-on. However, at this moment, no one questioned Han Jiangxue's decision. Han Jiangxue's thoughts were also very simple, because they had probably been surrounded by the ape ghouls outside. She had seen the ape ghouls in the canyon and knew how many there were. If it weren't for the fact that it was a last resort, she wouldn't have chosen to leave the favorable terrain of the tunnel and escape to face the encirclement of the ape ghouls. Just like she said, they would only face one ape ghoul at a time here. Li Wei's palms were burning with flames as he rushed to the front. Not far from the small room, there was indeed a fork in the road, which led to another exit. Rumble. There was another violent explosion, and Li Wei, who was in front, said it might be Scorch. Why is it them? Xiaoyan exclaimed in shock while pressing Li Wei's shoulder with her left hand and dragging the giant sword with her right hand. She was already prepared to stab Li Wei's armpit. As soon as the team arrived at the fork, they saw a few figures stumbling in. Who is it? Jiang Xiao asked. Xiaoyan answered loudly. It's the baldy who snatched our star beads. It's one of them. Chapter 153. You would work hard to write and try his best to ensure the quality and quantity of the book. Actually, long before it was published, in the nagging chapter that was published on December 18th, you said that he was going to give you guys a small gift and said that he would give it to you after it was published. Everyone thought that he was going to publish more chapters. There were indeed more chapters, but in fact, it was not a gift. After publishing the 138 chapters, this small gift was already considered a gift to you. However, the blessings seemed to have been hidden rather well, so no one received it. You posted it again. Character: Jiang Xiao Star Technique 1. Blessing 2. Bait 3. Green Glow 4. Endurance 5. Bell 6. Imprint 7. Nostalgia 8. Dawn. The chapter nagging also mentioned that it was a small gift that was not worth much. It was just a small token of appreciation. To all the friends who supported this book, he wishes you all. 9-star Poison Milk blesses you all. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 154. Adding updates for Guildmaster Capel, 1/10. Asterisk, 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 asterisk at the Y-shaped intersection. Li Wei and his team blocked the left fork, and the people who rushed in were overjoyed when they saw the humans. Put down your shields and let us in. One of the awakened yelled while dashing towards them with flames burning in his hands. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat, but Han Jiangxue said coldly, "Block it and let them go to the other side." Li Wei's body glowed in silver light, and the black shield in his hand extended in all directions, directly filling up the tunnel. Boom! The awakened slammed into the shield, but the expected door did not appear. Damn it! The awakened yelled angrily and frantically turned around to run towards the right branch of the Y-shaped intersection. Compared to the main path below the Y-shaped intersection, the branches on the left and right were narrower and could only accommodate one ape ghoul at a time. Hence, the pressure on the team was reduced. Xiaoyan yelled, "What are you yelling about? You should be thankful that we didn't block you in the main path. Son of a bitch, you'd better remember what happened today. I should have killed you just now. Damn it." The team of 4 gathered in a panic and turned around to resist the ape ghouls. The bald man at the back of the team was facing an ape ghoul, and with the help of his teammates, he managed to get out of danger for the time being. Xiaoyan said, Han Jiangxu interrupted Xiaoyan forcefully and said, "Li Wei, you did the right thing. You have a lot of teammates behind you, and we can't tolerate such a person joining our team. I think we're all very clear about their team style of doing things." Li Wei carried his shield and nodded silently. "Leave a gap in the shield for Xiaoyan," Han Jiangxue continued. Xiaoyan's face turned pale, and she was so infuriated that she was holding onto the giant sword and getting ready to stab it. Jiang Zhao's heart sank, and he thought, it's actually the group of bandits? How can it be them? Why are they being chased by a group of ape ghouls? Could it be that they're also stealing star beads in the canyon like my team? However, they're unlucky and have been caught by the ape ghouls and chased after them. All the nearby teams of various sizes had basically participated in the battle. Hence, the group of ape ghouls should be the group of flying beasts in the canyon. Dong dong. While Jiang Shao was deep in thought, the sound of the walls shaking came from behind him. Jiang Shao hurriedly ran back and listened attentively. Accompanied by the sounds of rocks being blasted and falling, Jiang Shao realized that the people on the other side of the tunnel seemed to be trying to open a tunnel in the wall and rush to their side. What were these people trying to do? The result was self-evident. Jiang Shao said, "Those people want to come over, breaking through the wall. They still want to kill us." Regardless of whether they are angry or not, they definitely want to use us as a shield. This sudden scene caused everyone to be distracted. While they were slightly startled, they were also somewhat angry. Han Jiangxue nodded and agreed with Jiang Zhao's analysis. However, she turned to look at Hai Tianqing. Hai Tianqing stabbed a scepter into the ground, and it gave off a faint white light. It was not pure white, but a grayish-white color. In short, it was very strange. Next, everyone in the team realized what the scepter was for, because the star power in their bodies kept increasing. In particular, Li Wei, who was carrying a shield in front, felt that Hai Tianqing was like a timely rain. Unlike Jiang Zhao's halo of nostalgia, Li Wei's halo could also absorb star power and vitality. However, Li Wei had to attack the target in order to enjoy such an effect. The grayish-white scepter could only increase the star power of the allies, and there was no need for the children to attack the other party. Hence, it could be seen that Hai Tianqing was a standard and normal healer. Jiang Shao was indeed a toxic healer. Hai Tianqing sensed the gloomy gaze in Han Jiangshua's eyes. In the dim tunnel, her gaze was gloomy and gloomy. All of a sudden, Hai Tianqing thought of an old friend. Her name could also make people think of a certain season. Although it was not as cold and snowy as Han Jiangshua's, it also gave off a slight chill. Different chills, but the same purpose. Hai Tianqing suddenly understood what Han Jiangshua meant, or rather, he had long understood what she meant. "Do what you think is right," Hai Tianqing murmured softly and repeated what he had said back then. In the intense battlefield, Jiang Shao, who was at the back, was the only one who could hear the slight tremble in Hai Tianqing's voice. Han Jiangshua frowned slightly and looked at Hai Tianqing's eyes that had suddenly dimmed. Although she didn't know what had happened, she still raised her palm and aimed it at the wall on the left. She said, "Listen to my orders, pay attention to retreat." Xia Yin frantically put away her giant sword and took 2 steps back. Li Wei carried the shield, and the ape ghoul's massive fists smashed onto the shield, causing a dull thud. Accompanied by the hissing sounds of the ape ghouls, Li Wei was constantly being pushed back. 3, 2, 1. Han Jiangshua's eyes narrowed as she leaned against the wall and waved her right hand. At the same time, a hole was blasted in the wall beside her. One of the experiencers who was burning fiercely smashed the wall, causing stones to shoot out and flames to overflow. However, the stones and flames that flew out all disappeared in front of the experiencers. The experiencer was shocked, but he could also clearly see the layers of overlapping space in front of him. Fortunately, the shattered stones and overflowing flames opened up a path for him. Otherwise, would he have disappeared in the layers of overlapping space? Han Jiangshua humped softly. Since one plan didn't work, she decided to come up with another one. Han Jiangshua waved her hand again, and the layers of overlapping space were opened again. However, it wasn't at the hole that had just been blasted, but at the back of the flaming man. "Retreat!" Han Jiangshua yelled loudly and threw bursting flames into the hole. The flaming man subconsciously put his arms in front of him to block the flames. Because his body was burning with flames, he was able to be immune to the flames to the greatest extent. Hence, he was fearless. However, the flames from the explosion were extremely powerful, and the huge impact caused him to take a few steps back. In the next moment, the blazing flaming man was blasted into the layers of overlapping space behind him and vanished without a trace. Jiang Shao swallowed his saliva and thought, "This move is really domineering." Han Jiangxue hurriedly put away Sky Smasher for fear that the flaming man would escape. At the instant that the space door was closed, the ape ghouls swarmed out of the hole. Bang! In a noisy and chaotic tunnel, another hole was blasted open, but this time it was even further behind them. Similarly, the ape ghouls that rushed out were violent ones. At another fork in the road, the team of Awakened led by the bald man flew back and made way for two tunnels that led to another branch. The ape ghouls that were squeezed in a straight line swarmed forward. When the bald man blocked their path again and a fork appeared on their side, they would naturally choose to rush towards the other path. Hence, Jiang Zhao's team was directly attacked from the front and back. Jiang Xiao, who was at the back of the team, had also become the front line. A female Awakened yelled, "De Sheng hasn't returned. Ignore him. This place has already been filled with ape ghouls. Let's hurry and leave." The bald man yelled while continuously urging his teammates to retreat. At the same time, a few pieces of information appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. Nebula kill, skill point +3 leapfrogging, skill point +5. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. That was the good news from Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher. However, Jiang Xiao no longer had the time to care about that at this moment. He swung the giant sword in one hand while the tip of the blade was covered in green glow. He frantically swung it at the ape ghouls that were rushing towards him. "I've broken the wall. We have to get out," Jiang Xiao yelled while looking at the wall beside him. His hand was covered in green glow, and he punched it forcefully. Gold quality green glow. Boom! Please remember the domain name of this book. Apex mobile version website. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.